man. This crew called Hoop Jargon. They've been getting at it, man. They the ones that's gonna grill you, man, because they majority are all Houston people. So that's
shout out to Hoop Jargon.
Man, I'm here with my man with Hoop Jargon, the best in the game, man. And you know I only let selected few in my circle. And this is a real dude right here. We gonna get down with the get down.
Good evening, everybody. Hope y'all having a lovely Saturday. I mean, you heard the man LeVar Ball, the best in the game. Thank you for being a part of the Hoop Jargon experience, man. I see my guy, as always, Rap God, in the building. He says, "Salute, Hoop. I'm on fire. Let's get it. You got time today?" Hey, I got time today too, baby. I had a good day, in the sales world, and I saw this. I missed this story. Your boy Hoop Jargon was slacking on his macking, sipping on his pimping. I saw this story late. I got home today. I was playing Madden, and I was scrolling my timeline. I said, Russell Westbrook fires his agent. I was like, So, I mean, players fire their agents all the time. So I read a little bit on the situation, and I saw the reasoning why he fired his agent. I was just like, Listen, man, your boy Hoop Jargon been giving you prophecy on this guy for the better part of 2 years, bro. I've been giving you prophecy on wax on YouTube for 2 years about Russell Westbrook. So as you see, as it's entitled right now, it's Russell Westbrook done. It's hard to say his name. Goddamn, I don't know how to struggle with that. But is he done? And I keep saying, is he done as a player that he cannot play basketball? No, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, this man is done as a player that's going to get you to winning basketball. Let me say it again for the people in the back. This guy is done for the players. He's done as far as being a player that's going to get you to a winning level. Let me explain. Let's see. Rap God also says LeBron dominated Drew League. Yeah, I mean, that's to be expected. I mean, if you can't dominate Drew League, goddamn. you tripping if you can't do that. But let's keep the focus on the man of the hour, your boy Russell Westbrook. Like I say, man, I've been giving y'all prophecy for 2 years. This is part 6 in my series. And shout out to everybody. Y'all hit that like button, please. Again, I didn't even expect to go live, but I saw the storyline. I just, it's like a kid. You went to the candy store, you saw candy, you had to eat the candy. Like, God damn. The dude keeps proving me right. And I'm about to get into it. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and go to the article. So I know y'all think a lot of stuff is like capping and all that good stuff. I'm going to go actually to ESPN, and we're going to talk about it. Let's go ahead and get it, man. All right. So, I'm sure you guys can see my share screen with ESPN. You know what? Matter of fact, I'm going to play the video first that they have attached to this. Because we still got some naive Dominique, I forget his last name. He still is a Westbrook advocate. So I'm going to play this a minute and 49 seconds, then I'm going to read the article, and then we're going to talk about why, again, Russell Westbrook just can't keep getting – he cannot get out of his own way, man. Lord have mercy.
Westbrook, to me, listen, he's so overrated anyway. He can't shoot, and he turns the ball over in the fourth quarter.
Tabernacle. Ain't your boy Hoop Jargon. Let me tell you this for a minute. My man over here looking like Skip Bayless Jr. Give you that gospel right off rip. I mean, again, I don't want to come off like I'm hating. All I do is evaluate basketball the way I see it, and it's just true. It's just true. I'm sorry. All right. Without further ado, let's keep going. Uh-oh. What's up?
Like when you can't shoot and you turn the ball over in the fourth quarter and Durant wanted out, the Wizards wanted out.
Facts.
Houston.
And I got to say this, man. I know from a very privy source that Kevin Durant and Paul George don't want nothing to do with this dude as far as basketball. Now, as far as they love this guy. I got to keep doing this, man. I got to qualify my statements properly because, again, I mean, I get called out as a but I literally know a guy who knows Kevin Durant, Paul George. And I really wanted to get down to nitty gritty. I can show you how I know he knows him, but I won't out him. But he told me this 4 years ago. They love Russell Westbrook. They don't like playing with him. I already, again, this is not conjecture from my standpoint. I get it. I'm just a guy on YouTube, so who's to say I'm being genuine with my statement? Who's to say I'm not embellishing? I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. All right. We got to talk about Jello getting 0 minutes. I'm going to keep it on topic, but yeah, that's pretty tragic. Russ is done as a player, can carry a franchise. No, he can't carry shit. He never carries shit. What up, Ian Kid Podcast, man? Y'all go subscribe to my guy, man. Blue, brother. All right. So like I'm saying, man, like I know this to be so. Russell Westbrook is a guy that is well liked amongst his peers, but they know they can't play with him, which is it befuddles me. Why LeBron would even sign up to bring this guy in. Again, I'm a Lakers fan, and it's just when he came, I was just like, oh my God. We're in the worst kind of trouble. But let me let this clip continue to go, and we'll keep it going for you.
Want it out? I mean, hey, and you're making $41 million a year? Yeah. I mean, geez, that's sorry, son. If you can't shoot and you don't make threes and you turn the ball over like crazy and you're making $40 million a year and you're playing in LA and you get criticized, you're going to have to live with it.
So, like, okay.
He's making $47 million, actually, sir.
And no one's saying that they can't be criticized. I'm saying the criticism is unfair. The reason why he's making $40 million a year is, again, like I can keep harping on this all week. It's because they have capped the
Who's my guy, Flight Sports TV in the building, man? Y'all go subscribe to my guy's channel.
salaries. So, like, you have to, he's worth this money. He was worth this money previously. They're paying him out the amount of money he's worth over the course of his contract because they have max salaries and a salary cap. That's a whole nother conversation, which is not his fault. And also,
shout out to my guy D Clark said, just stop in hoop. Westbrook get started in China. Man, shout out to Stephon Marbury on that one. D Clark. All right, let's keep it going.
So the expectation that he's going to show up in LA and be a different player, again, is who he is. To me, that's why I feel like the criticism of Russ is somewhat...
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, most gentlemen, be wary of guys who use I feel. You can feel how you want to feel. You can feel like you want to kill somebody today. You can feel like you want to R-word somebody today. You can feel like anything. You can feel like you're an animal. You can feel like you're a state dignitary. Feel has no restriction. What do you think? What do you know? What do you understand? So be leery of people who talk about feel, because feel is there's no boundaries to it. So you're saying all this stuff that you feel is not fair, but we clearly can see through his career, the critique is warranted. So be leery of guys who speak in such terms using the words I feel.
But unfair. Like, okay, he didn't turn into a brand new player. Who thought he was going to turn into a brand new player? Like, to me, that feels unfair. And stop counting these people's money.
No accountability. Like, okay, so now it's like a moot point he's making. Yeah, I knew this. Russell Westbrook, he can't change his stripes, man. Tigers don't change their stripes more than not. So you giving him credit for staying the same? Like, I don't understand what you're saying, but let me keep going, man.
They deserve all the money they get. They deserve more money than they get.
Salary cap, you get out of their money here.
On what premise, man? Listen, man, I'm all about black men getting their coins, man. I really don't. But if we're being honest, if we're just talking about what hoops really is, what basketball really is, come on. Let's see. Shout out to Humble Sports TV in the building. He says, let that girl Joy D'Angelo tell her sweat. Man, y'all know my shout out to Humble. And I had a good back and forth with Joy D'Angelo twice. The second time, it just was too much fangirlism, and I just had to bow out the conversation. Because listen, man, when you talk to people and all they got is their talk, you're wasting your time. One thing I try to do is, if I'm gonna have a hoop conversation, I'm gonna talk about hoop. But if it's circular conversation, I'm gonna grace the vibe. It's just, to me, it's just a whole bunch of words to waste. it's leading nowhere. So yeah, man. I mean, it's salute to Joy D'Angelo, man. I wish the best for her. Very attractive woman. In my opinion, don't know a goddamn thing about basketball, but that's it. But salute to her. I'm not going to say that. Oh, let's see. Russ maybe washed. No, he's washed in the sense that he's a one-act show, man. Russell Westbrook is a guy that he's a new guy. So he has a place in the NBA. It's just that if you want to win, that's not your guy, bro. That's not your guy. Shout out to Cube in the building says, so wait, Westbrook actually won solid. I'm about to get to that, boy. You're jumping ahead of the line. I like it, though. That means you're thinking. Shout out to Cuba, man. Rap guy says Chandler Parsons was more overpaid. Yeah. I agree with that. Chandler Parsons, boy, he ski masked the NBA. Man, what's up back? Let's move back to the humble as well. All right, so let's go back into the content because it really, like I say, I mean, it befalls me how guys like Dominique, I forget his last name, they just put Westbrook an infinite amount of excuses. I'm like, dude, when does accountability meet up with production? When? Somebody talk to me about that.
Every day I feel like I'm talking to Marvin Miller. Every day we have a negotiation about salary cap. When you're in a $40 million of a salary cap sport, it affects the rest of your composition of your team. So money has to be part of it because these teams are not limitless with what they can spend. You're smarter than that. You're on two negotiation teams with these players. Come on, pay attention.
There you go. So I like how that auctioneer looking dude, I forget his name. I know he's new to ESPN, but he's a very old personality as far as sports radio. I forget the past name. Y'all can correct me in the chat.
Tyreek Hill is out the door. How does Patrick Mahomes get better without a guy who in his own right is the most dynamic threat in the NFL?
We're not talking about that. All right, so Peter says, the hell you fire agent? Exactly, that's for 14 years, and I'm about to go over there. Great comment, Peter. I'm about to actually attack that. So why do you attack Mike Fowler about it? The agent for 14 years. Let's talk about it. It says, this is ESPN from Rose. So everybody loves Rose. So the Rose belongs well. So Rose states, Los Angeles Lakers star Russell Westbrook and his longtime agent Brad Forster of Wasserman parted ways, Forsterman told ESPN last night. In a statement to ESPN, Forster's one of the NBA's prominent player representatives cited any reconcilable difference and suggested that there was no longer full alignment with Westbrook and whether the former MVP should remain with the Los Angeles Lakers for the final season of the $47 million contract. Forster says they believe that Westbrook's best option is the Lakers. Embrace the strong roles that Darvingham embrace the starting roles that Darvingham publicly offered. That's important. Darvingham went out to the contract yesterday. But watch the video, I said that you can't have to do that. Because reality is, the reality is, so I mean, you're not going to bring me by so let's just go forward. And Westbrook, this season, I didn't have some deal. The fan with the Lakers is in person. Westbrook has been the subject of significant trade discussion after any debut season with the Lakers year ago. Also has also said that he has been able to this is his first last but not only, but first he's just better for both bad. So he's already home. So this is what the final of this game, this is close to being the conclusion. So at that point, I believe that the emperor has no clothes, meaning he has poor self-awareness. And from what I surmise, Russell Westbrook still thinks he's a top-level player. And he's just not. And guys, and again, I'm not Johnny come lately. I've been on his ass for about a good 12 years. Yeah. That's what it is. I've been saying that Westbrook is a bad point guard. I was saying this more, but that's really good. And so now it's just it's blatant. Oh man, it's good. I'm not just saying that. It's going to the first. Let's do it. I'm going to try to hopefully it's like that. All right, so also in this segment talks to the representative of the 40 years out of our practice, which included a highly successful size A job. The only representative student I also discovered that the why Along his rise to the fashion, this figure usually orchestrated a successful trade as up to have, culminating in the place to his hometown of Los Angeles. These times teams give us valuable players that access to the wrestling, but each time new organizations embrace the problem, we get together with Jason Class. I think that's all good. That's all good people for the yeah, y'all can't hear me? Right. Okay, hold on real quick. All right, I just put my headphones in. Y'all let me know. Can you guys hear me now? Y'all let me know. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Y'all let me know how we sounding. How we sounding? How we sounding? Better. Okay, I got my mic on. All right, so let me scroll up in the article a little bit. Let me recap a little bit what I said. All right, so I said in a statement, Foucher said, I represent Russell Westbrook for 14 years and proud of a partnership in which we had a highly successful 2008 draft, a Supermax contract, and the recognition and extend max contract in history. I also supported Russell throughout his rise in prominent fashion into a prominent fashion industry figure and recently orchestrated 3 successive trades on Russell's behalf, which is, again, that's an indictment on you. You got 3 trades in a row. Name me a star player who's gone through that type of situation. But his agent is being very congenial right now. He's being very upright. So I gotta give him credit for that. All right, so he says culminating Russell's behalf, culminating with the trade to his hometown Los Angeles Lakers. So again, it's important we remember these things in context, man. When he came to the Lakers, it was just like the thing, like it was, the homecoming for Westbrook. It was a huge deal, right? But as it seems, it's like an ever-moving goalpost for some guys. But let me keep going. So he says, each time teams give up valuable players and assets to acquire Russell, and each time a new organization embraces his arrival. We did together with grace and class. I told you, you sound like an old head saying that. That's like an old dude at church. Grace and class. I don't know the dudes who use that in their vernacular, but let me proceed forward. Now, with the possibility of a trade in 4 years, as I said, his agent said the same thing I say all the time. 4 teams in 4 years. So now his agent is kind of driving the point home that, hey, yo, I did my job. The marketplace is telling the Lakers that they must add an additional value with Russell in any trade scenario. And even then, such trade may require Russell to immediately move on from the team via buyout to a new team via buyout. My belief is that this type of transaction only serves to diminish Russell's value and his best option to stay with the Lakers, embrace the starting role, and the support that Darvin Ham has publicly offered. Russell is a first ballot Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame player and will provide that again before he's retired. I doubt that. But, cool. Unfortunately, irreconcilable differences exist as his best pathway forward, and we're no longer working together. I wish Russell and his family the very best. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish I had Funk Master Flex drop a bomb on him. I wish I had Funk Master Flex to drop a bomb on him. Listen, man. Your agent basically sit down and told you that, listen, man. I pop out and say, I can scans all I can scans. Your agent told you, bro, I did all I could do for you, man. The Lakers don't want you. The market is not great for you. And the best bet for you is to stay with the Lakers. But no, Russell Westbrook, in his infinite knowledge and ability and confidence, wants to move elsewhere. He still thinks there's a market for him, and it just goes to what I've always been saying, guys. Russell Westbrook is a delusional guy, man. Russell Westbrook brings on a lot of the problems he has, he brings up on himself because he sees himself as better than what he is. And I mean, to be honest, you know, most men see themselves to be better than what they are. But reality is, bro, you ain't that damn good, man. You ain't who you was 4 years ago, homie. Shout out to you. This is what happens when you're only in shape, but you're lazy on working on your week. There you go. Straight up. Shout out Super Science in the building said Russell Westbrook is still a difference maker and contributes to winning. No, he does not, sir. I don't agree with that at all. Russell Westbrook is still a stat guy. He still can put up numbers. I'll give you that. But this right here, so I used this against LeBron James the other day. Look at Russell Westbrook, 439 in defensive rank. That's your boy. He don't play defense. His offense is suspect. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. And we all remember this one. Hold on, let me take the comment down so we can read together. Remember when Frank Vogel benched him in crucial minutes? That's not playing towards winning, my guy. That means you're a liability, right? Look at your boy. Started the season off last year, 185 turnovers, 111 made jumpers. These are just facts. You remember when Russell Westbrook came and when he got scrutinized, he said that he's not worried about winning. He just worried about playing this game. This is who he is, bro. You remember he had like 11 turnovers in the first game and a half? This is Russell Westbrook. So I understand y'all still want to get the best of combination in your mind, but this is who he is. So that's why I say he's done. Again, not done in the sense that he can't play basketball. We know he can. He's still a great talent, but in my opinion, and he's only shown to be so, he's a great talent in a losing fashion because the game has passed him up, man. The same guy who talks shit to the fans, right? And the fans get back on his ass. I don't want to bring my future game. I don't want him calling my dad nicknames for no reason. Bro, are you kidding me? You the dude who cusses everybody out. They call you Westbrook and you losing it? Are you kidding me? I'm just saying, man. The Lecter is what the Lecter is, man. He's earned the reputation he has. And your boy Hoop Jargon just trying to bring you the gospel, man. He's just trying to bring you that gospel, man. So Sub-Zero says, LeBron James is a toxic teammate. I don't blame him want to leave, but I don't blame him going to leave. Well, LeBron can be toxic. And I think that's probably why, you know, we saw at the Summer League game, they weren't sitting by each other because I'm sure that they're not on the same page. Now, LeBron is he's the master of passive aggression. We've seen him kind of shadow ban teammates and like kind of subtly jab at you. Like, we all know this. But I can't cape for Russell Westbrook and say that he's done the best job to be a teammate worthy of bigging up or a teammate worthy of having. Russell Westbrook, again, you are a former MVP. You're only 33 years old, and you've been on 4 teams in 4 years. And it seems to be the tea leaves read it's going to be 5 teams in 5 years. Name me a player you've seen who's still in his quote-unquote prime that's had that type of pedigree. I'll wait. So it's not hating. It's just me talking that real. And shout out to Metal World G, man. I appreciate you coming through. Y'all hit the like button. Y'all hit the subscribe button if you're not done so. And I'm sorry about the technical difficulties, man. We got to build as we fly. Sometimes things happen. We got to just keep on moving. That's what we do as men, right? So I got to just say, man, Russell Westbrook again shows how he is not cognizant of what he is and where he is as far as his place in NBA lore. Because as of right now, he sees himself as still a commodity, or it's seeming like the tea leaves read that he wants a buyout to go to a contender. Russ, listen to me, my guy. A contender does not want you, bro. When a contender sees your talent, they don't want nothing to do with you. I'll go this far. If I was a team and I was a piece away from the point guard position, I would take a Patty Mills before I take Russell Westbrook. Patty Mills knows how to play basketball. You know how to play Russell Westbrook ball. Right? So no. Man, shout out to my guy Sub-Zero dropping that 5 on it, man. And y'all know how these streams go, man. I gotta. Where my boy Dollar Bill at, man? I definitely get you the dollar bill, man. Appreciate you, Sub-Zero. Money. Yeah. Appreciate that, sub. But listen, man. When I do these streams, man, I'm not trying to be biased. I'm just telling you what I see. With Russell Westbrook, again, he's showing to be tone deaf yet again. And it's been consistent with his whole career as being tone deaf. And this is no different. You broke it with your agent of 14 years. 14 years. Because he's telling you it's best that you stay on the Lakers, which it is. I gotta say, Russ, nobody else wants you, bro. This is what you produced. This is you. This is your reality. So this is a period of time doing 3 games. He gave you a Valentine's, a 2-12, and 4-14. No, that's atrocious, man. That's atrocious. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't, bro. I'm sorry. People in gyms trolling you like this, Russ. Ice cold play of the game. You getting trolled like this, bro. You know, actually, Sacramento got in trouble for playing cold as ice to troll him. This is what the lecture is on you, bro. This ain't hating. This is reality. Lakers fans booing you. Well, no, I'm sorry. They didn't boo you. They was like, no, when you shoot the ball. Like, come on, man. Shout out to my guy, Sir Tice. Just to match sub. I appreciate the $5 super chat, man. We got to go back into the bag. I thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Because you know what? I'm about to address a comment from you Supersonics real quick. Listen, man. Money. Yeah. I'm going to tell the truth whether you like it or not, man. So let's address this comment. Because this is the goofy shit that goes on. Hoop Jog, you would never say it to Russ face to face. Well, here's the deal. The likelihood of me even meeting Russell Westbrook is low to none. And in real life, I'm 6'7", 240. I'm not afraid of no goddamn Russell Westbrook. So if he came to me and had an issue with what I said, I would tell you, yeah, you're done, bro. In my opinion, you're done. So you can say that because here's the deal. A lot of black people got this thing that, like, you got this mentality that, like, you got to punk everybody. So, like, you got to go into this situation where, oh, yeah, you ain't going to sit at Russ's face. What are the chances I'm even going to meet Russell Westbrook, first off? But if I did, and he had a problem with what I said, I said this because X, Y, and Z. In my opinion, you're more done than not. I would say that to him. And again, from a stature standpoint, I'm not afraid of that dude. So, I mean, you can say that. That's cool. On the internet, it's awesome to say that. But if in a professional standpoint, I would definitely say that to him. I got no problem with that. See, I mean, you can do what you want to do. But to me, that shit's goofy. So, I mean, do what you do, man. Rock out. Sub says, I would have 5K jumpers a day. Exactly. If you were deficient with your pull-up jumper or your spot-up jumper, why not go and work on your jump shot? Why not work on it, bro? But it just shows that Russ is more concerned with what he's concerned with and not the team dynamic. And that's why I said he is a loser, in my opinion. And it won't change. Goodness gracious. Ghost and Bill said Riri Russ, he's trash as hell. Dudley over Westbrook. I'm not see what now? See now, Ghost. I won't go there. Westbrook is not trash at all. Trash to me is unplayable. And when you're unplayable, you're trash. He's not unplayable. But Russell Westbrook has extremely low IQ. He's not a good point guard. And he has very poor self-awareness. And again, I gave you 6 chapters of this shit. And I'm right every time. So Supersonics, you can say what you want to say. That's cool. But I'm right every time. I've been right about this dude every time I put a video out. So that's cool. You can have your opinion, bro. I'm just telling you what I see. I'm telling you what I know. And somebody pull out of a time, pull up all my videos. They're all in there. Tell me when I was wrong about this guy. Tell me I've been wrong. You know what? If y'all want to do it, man, I'll open it up. Matter of fact, Super Science, I want you to come up here. So since you got this affinity for Russell Westbrook, and I allegedly won't say it to his face, I would love you to come up here and talk your piece. Speak your piece. I would love you to come up here. Because one thing we don't do is run for smoke over here. I've been told by cats like FYF my Russell Westbrook take was wrong. He came back and said, "Who jargon, you were right." Shout out to my boy Go Mike. Said I was trolling about Russell Westbrook. Go Mike told me, "Yeah, who jargon, you was right." So come on up here. If you think I'm wrong, come on up here. Let's talk about it. My guy Sir Ty says Russ is the man that single-handedly devalued the triple. Hey, it was grand opening, grand closing. Because to be fair, Russell Westbrook did have that element of like the triple-double being overvalued. Overvalued in the sense that it was very much coveted. And then it turned to something that, it ain't nothing. To your point, Sir Ty. So that's a great comment, bro. We got my guy Sub-Zero up here, man. What's up, Sub?
What's up, player? What's up with you, man?
Oh man, I just had this impromptu live. I told you I was scrolling my time. I was like, oh.
That's what's up, man. You know, my son, I got him, man, just watching him this weekend, me and him at the house, and he in there about to doze off. And so you went live, so I figured I'd jump on here. But I'm gonna say this about the triple-double, that point to the point he just made.
Go ahead.
I don't think the triple-double means anything anymore. It used to. There used to be whole seasons where you'd have 1 or 2 triple-doubles. And then it just went to ridiculous. Like you have some little no-name guy get 5 or 6 triple-doubles. Like who the hell is this guy? Like he won't even do nothing the rest of his career. But you'd have
you talking about
the triple-double.
Well,
not just him, but it's a lot of guys. Like there was a few guys last year. I think one time last year, I think Jimmy High Roller or whatever his name, the YouTuber, went and he talked about this, how he broke down why. And he said it's because of the way they play the game now. It's not just that they're like, they're just more skilled. He's like, no, it's just the way they play the game now in an era where they don't play defense. So, if you're not playing defense, assists are going to be easier to get because you're not playing this heavy defense. Also, you're going to be able to get probably more rebounds because, people ain't really focused on defense as much as they used to. So if you just give a little bit more effort, you could probably crash the boards and get a couple of offensive rebounds. And, so it's not as difficult as it used to be. Plus, there are more shots, more possessions.
So they were boxing out for him and letting him get the rebounds at one point.
Yeah, it was trash. It was trash. On, I mean, it was not just that. It wasn't just that. It was also, if I'm being honest, and this is going to sound real messed up because I can't stand LeBron. But let's be honest. If LeBron had done what he did and averaged a triple-double in a season, what do you think the narrative would have been? If LeBron had done the exact same thing, what would the narrative be with LeBron? They'd be making even more of a case for him to be the GOAT.
Yeah.
So I think he does deserve respect because he did at 6'3". Let's not forget the guy's only 6'3".
Mm-hmm.
So he did at only 6'3" what other people are doing at 6'8", 6'9". This guy's only a little small 6'3". He probably wasn't even 200 pounds in his physical prime. I mean, the guy was like 190, 195, 6'3". And he's probably not even he's probably 6'2". So this guy, for him to do what he does at his size is impressive, and I say get a man his flowers. But yeah, he's just not worth that on the market because of the LeBron machine. He doesn't understand that the LeBron machine is why his career is over. I don't think people get it. You played with LeBron, you were the third option on the team. Every time you lose, they're gonna blame you. And then when Anthony Davis went down, it was all your fault. And so then that showed everything was under a microscope. He was always turnover prone, but now it's under a microscope because you're with LeBron and he has his minions in the media who go out every day and they preach anything to make LeBron look good. LeBron will be out there walking on defense, cussing people out. His man will be scoring, and it never gets mentioned.
Bruh.
Why would any player want to go in an environment like that and think like this is what Kyrie is messing? Kyrie's so stupid. He wants to jump out of the fire out of the frying pan into the fire.
Right.
Like, bro, you about to really get burned with LeBron.
He more desperate than stupid.
Like, yeah, but like, stay where you at. You in Brooklyn. Try to make it work. Say, hey, I really want to be in Brooklyn. You want to go to the LA. Okay, go to LA. What's going to happen in LA? You're not a good defender. Unless you guys add some defensive pieces, which they're probably not, you're probably not going to do anything this year. Mm-hmm. And so that same team is going to lose. And LeBron hasn't opted in, so you might be stuck. And now they're finna give up draft picks. They're talking about giving up draft picks to get him. I'm like, so this team is finna be messed up to 2033 probably, fooling around with LeBron James.
Bruh.
I'm like, why does that make any sense? This nigga, just because he hasn't opted in, I'm not gonna make a permanent decision for a guy who hasn't made a decision to marry. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's like a woman that's, hey, I'm pregnant. I'm gonna go ahead and have this. Me and this guy finna have a baby, even though he don't want to marry me. Mm-hmm. It's stupid. Why are you even dealing with him? You shouldn't even be dealing with a guy like that. And so Westbrook, anybody ain't trying to be funny. LeBron James has befriended everybody in the league, and these people don't really understand. LeBron is about LeBron. LeBron is one of those friends that as long as he's on top, he's your boy. As long as he's on top. But the minute you get on top, he got a problem with it. And so LeBron is, as long as like him and Draymond Green are friends until he gets the better team and he beats Draymond Green. Then and they go up at each other in the playoffs. Then you're gonna see who LeBron really is. Because he thinks he's his friend. Like, that nigga ain't your damn friend. That boy making a fool out of your dumb ass. You know. So ultimately, Westbrook is the victim of the LeBron. He's just getting crushed under the machine that crushed Kevin Love, that crushed Chris Bosh, that crushed, Isaiah Thomas. I wouldn't even say it crushed D-Wade, but it did, because D-Wade had a shot at being one of the greats if he had just took Chris Bosh and won those championships with just him and Bosh. And because you brought in LeBron, you wanted to be his Robin. You wanted to be second fiddle. He wanted to be second. He tried to give him the reins to take all. Why did you get this nigga the reins? You were just as good in 2010. If you go look at statistically, you were right there with him. Why would you give up? But that's another video. The point I'm trying to make.
I'm gonna address this real quick. Go ahead. I'm gonna let Landon play on that. I gotta address this comment. Go ahead.
Well, I just, like I said, I just don't think LeBron James is a guy that any fool, anybody in the league right now. Like, Kyrie is another basket case. You do not need to go there. That is a mixture for gas and fire. Like, all you do, LeBron is the match, you're the gas.
Yeah.
It's going to be, if you put Kyrie back on the team, he is even worse now than he used to be. He wasn't as crazy in Cleveland as he is now.
Yeah, agent of chaos, bro.
So I'm like, you finna bring this guy in soon as y'all hit a losing streak, and you will, because LeBron doesn't even try to play defense.
Yep.
You're gonna get beat, and when you do, they're gonna blame you, Kyrie. It's gonna be your fault. The thing is, Kyrie, you're on your last leg in this league. He doesn't think he is. Nobody wants him.
Bruh.
Why would you try to salvage your image by going to play with LA? You're only gonna make it worse by playing in LA. If anything, I would salvage my image by showing up in Brooklyn, playing, going to practice, saying the right things, and being a leader. Trying to be unselfish, trying to make sure that my team wins, trying to, galvanize Ben Simmons to show up in camp and show up and play ball, trying to push him, trying to say the right things in the media. But will he do that? Has he ever done that?
No.
This was the year for him to do that. He didn't do it.
So here's the deal. Let me address a few things. First, I'm gonna go to my page because what you just said about Kyrie was just, bro. Listen, I'm a big Kyrie Irving fan. Kevin Durant is my favorite player, but I have been on their ass on these streams because they bullshitting. Let's look at my last videos I put out. Russell Westbrook, I'm on his ass. Perfect trade. I talk about KD, whatever. Let's scroll down. Kyrie Irving, the waiting game. So what I basically said that the Nets have all the cards. They have no leverage. They got no leverage. So they're in this stupid ass endeavor to try to get power when you have no power to distribute. With KD, I said KD has probably sealed his fate, meaning you have put yourself in this weak ass dude category that you don't even see for yourself. I said Kyrie has overplayed his hand. He opts in. So, and I also said, Kyrie, you have a problem. This is me, a fan of these two dudes. So for you people talking about I'm a LeBron hater, these are two dudes I like a lot. And I will be objective in evaluating what you're doing. So let's bring it to this comment from Blue Dog GSU. And shout out to Grambling State University. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you being here, brother. And your comment says, man, these LeBron haters really have no life. LeBron's playing MVP ball at 38, and Russ can't hit the side of a barn.
MVP.
Yeah,
oh
so
that's
what I want to address. No, sir. LeBron James is not playing MVP level basketball as a whole. Now, on the offensive end, I'm with you. He is. But the problem is you got to play both sides of the basketball, man.
No, he's not playing. No. Well, he's not playing MVP offensively. Okay. Let me ask you this. He's giving you the same output that Karl Anthony Towns put out a few years back, and it was trash. But now it's great when. Go ahead, my bad.
Hold on, before I give that. Again, this is LeBron James' defensive output right here with his boy Russell Westbrook. This ain't conjecture. This is real life. So he's not playing a whole side of basketball, right? So I understand you like him. That's fine. That's cool. But let me address these comments, sub, and I'll let you rock. I know you're ready to rock. Humble says, everywhere LeBron goes, this is what he deals in chaos. That's just what he is. He's a build and destroy kind of guy. And that actually has an old esoteric meaning for those who want to learn some high level shit. Y'all go look up what the build and destroy meaning is. Blue Dog also appreciate you, Sir Ty, saying this high level discussion. Because we don't play around, man. We get into the nitty gritty. Blue Dog also says, he says Russ has been on 4 different teams in 4 different years with LeBron fault. Well, no, I'm with you, bro. Like I said that all the time.
No. I don't think people understand what I'm saying. The microscope was brought up, and you see flaws that were always there. I'm not saying he's been a turnover-prone point guard from his scouting report coming out of UCLA. The dude has been a point guard. He's been a high-octane, turnover-prone, point guard. What I'm saying is, when you're on LeBron James's team, this is just facts, bro. When you're on a LeBron James team, the third option gets the blame. Let's stop this, man. Let's stop with this. It's been 20 years, man. 2 fucking decades. Because you grew up and you've never seen shit but LeBron James, you think this is the greatest you've ever seen. For me, he's just a team stacking, stat padding weak motherfucker. For you, oh my God, he's so big, he's so strong. Oh my God, did you see that dunk? I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. See what I'm saying?
A dunk.
So for me, you see what I'm saying? For me, I don't see LeBron like that. You see him like that. I've seen better. So that's the problem. And it's not a LeBron hater, but fuck it. I'm a hater. Fuck that nigga. I don't like his bitch ass. I hope he tears his fucking leg up and get the fuck out the league. He has ruined basketball. He has ruined basketball. Look, let's go there. He has ruined basketball. He is an AAU fucking player. He has stacked this bitch. He does not want to fucking compete. He was ducking motherfuckers last year. And other people called his ass out when he was playing center. And it was somebody he thought was going to get his ass that heat. That motherfucker would sit the game out like a bitch. So I don't respect bitches. I don't respect bitches. I don't respect hoe ass niggas. Sorry. Okay? Y'all want to, oh my God, did you see the stat sheet at the end? Motherfucker, did you see him in the game against the second squad? That's why when people talk about the offensive output, half those games he would be in there against the second squad. And he went to center because he knew he could get the offensive a bit. That's what motherfuckers that play the game that know, I got better foot speed. I can beat this guy with my foot speed. So let me play this position. but defensively it costs you your team. Also, there would be games he would be up, and they would be up, but because he would have 12 points, 15 points, he has to keep shooting to get his points, and teams would come back because he would start jacking that weak ass 3-point shot he got, bricking, right? And then the teams would get back into the offense, which also ruins the morale of the team. You are a leader. You are a floor general. You're supposed to be the guy that's the commander of the team. If you're up there jacking trying to get all your fucking points, which is what I played on a team with a guy just like that, we would get beat. We won 10 fucking games that year because this nigga trying to get his points. We'll be in the game, somebody else hot, but no. I saw many games. Taylor Horton Tucker, Malik Monk, people were out. They was in a rhythm. They scoring. Like, man, just let the game go, man. Tonight you only got 22 points. Not LeBron. LeBron got to try to get 40 because he got to try to go. He was purposely going out to get his fucking points at the expense of winning. And so for you to say he's playing MVP level ball, I don't even want to discuss basketball with a person like that. I think that man, if you think that man play MVP level ball, missing half of the game like Hoop just said, and also stat padding on purpose in the fuck against the second squad, getting his point, like clearly this man was doing that shit this year.
Let me say
that shit ain't even. My thing. Hold on, I was trying to say this about Karl Anthony Towns. Karl Anthony Towns, go look at his numbers. His numbers were better on a losing squad. And look, did he get called MVP? Was he even mentioned in the MVP? Since when is a motherfucker on a team that don't even make the playoffs even mentioned in an MVP race? That's how you know you've been brainwashed. That's how you know when I say what I say about the media. That's how you know when I say what I say about the media. You don't have no choice. See, this guy that just put that coming in there, he's going to put LeBron in the MVP race next year. He has no choice. That's all he knows. It's LeBron. That's all you fucking hear for the last 12 fucking years. That's all we've been hearing. And so now, for me to sit up and act like Shannon Sharp and all these guys aren't really in the tank for this guy and don't at least try to push everything every year is how can we get this guy better talent? How can we get him? You got all these new young players coming in the league, making good noise. They're getting ignored. LeBron. How can we get him help? How can we get him this? How can we get it? That's why he went to LA. He knew it was the biggest market team. He knew it was one of the fifth largest sports franchise on the planet. He knew if he went there in the middle of that media market, he would get all this fucking attention. That's why he went there.
I'm telling you, Sub. So here's how I know what you're saying is true. I'm a Cowboys fan. But what we hear in the media all the time is, can the Cowboys do it this year? Can the Cowboys do it this year? So I'll be honest, man. I get tired of hearing my Cowboys get talked about because they ain't shit to talk about. But we still inject it, so it puts it into your consciousness. So you tend to ebb towards when the thing that people talk about a lot, you want attention on that. So what you're saying ain't false at all. And let me get to these comments because you definitely cooking. Again, I don't agree with I don't want LeBron to get hurt, none of that shit. But he does. He has a whole experience that comes with him.
Let me take that back. I don't wish the man snap his hamstring. I just want him to get the fuck out of basketball. I don't like his ass.
You said it.
He's weak, bro. I don't like, man. It's like you ever played ball. I
got you. You got hyper.
You seen it, man.
I got you. You got hyper about it. But so let me address some of these comments. So Super Science says these streams hate on Westbrook so bizarre and weird all day long. Well, I mean, again, my whole thing is it's not necessarily hating. It's just me saying what I see. And what I see is Russell Westbrook is very deficient in a lot of ways, man. And so I'm not going to bite my tongue because people like him. It doesn't mean anything to me. And shout out to Jared, man. And I appreciate you, brother. I've seen you've been commenting on my videos, and it's good to catch you live today. He says, in my opinion, I think both LeBron and Russ had people on their best teams that were able to give them the ability to do what they did or do. So they had people. Yeah, of course they did have people. But, it's funny how, like, talent gets marginalized when somebody likes a player more than what their output is. And so it's definitely interesting to see that. So, oh, boy, going off on LeBron, baby. Hey, Sub be going off. This is how we roll over. You say you're a Bron hater. I think Sub, he's okay with it. So Cuba says, dude, don't even know you, and you hating on another man. Well, I mean, listen, man. In sports,
can I please say something about that?
Go ahead, Sub.
Let me explain something. This is why I can't stand that motherfucker. This is why I have no problem with you calling me a LeBron hater. Because it's sports. We're talking basketball. Now you're getting into the personal of, you don't like that, but you tearing the black man down. Fuck him. We're talking sports. We're talking basketball. Not talking about him as a father. Not talking about him as a husband, as a humanitarian. We're talking about running up and down the fucking ball to court chasing a damn round basketball. That's it. That's all we talking about. I don't need to like his ass. I don't give a fuck if he built a school. None of that shit matters to me. I'm talking about what I see in between them damn lines. That's it. I can meet that motherfucker at the club tomorrow night and dap him up, be like, hey man, what's up? Oh man, LeBron a cool guy. But if you ask me, I'm gonna tell you the same shit. I don't feel like when it comes down to it that he wanted to compete. He wanted to stack his fucking teams. He never wants this motherfucker trying to get all the top 5 talent in the fucking league. Like he literally went from trying to get on the team right before their championship. He wanted to play with Golden State because he saw what was happening. He see Wiseman coming back. Now he wants to play with Kevin Durant. He was trying to get Durant. Now he's trying every top 5 talent every fucking year. He's been trying to get everybody that's the best. Look, if he play another 3 years and if Zion is killing, watch he try to get Zion. He gonna try to get Zion. He gonna try to get Ja Morant. He gonna try to get whoever's hot to be on his team. And then he's gonna say he's the greatest of all time. Even if they win, it's because of him. And the media will make it so. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I hate to say this. I know it's gonna break a lot of y'all fans' hearts. The block wasn't a big fucking deal. Taking it from a guy who do that. I used to do that exact same shit my damn self. I'm like, no, what was harder to do was that fucking shot Kyrie hit from the corner. That was a motherfucking shot. Yeah. That's how they won that championship. Not that block. That was a crucial play. That's just an effort play. But take it from a motherfucker at 6'1", 6'2". I used to do that same shit with my fucking elbow. And I'm not lying. I can get you witnesses if you think I'm lying. But that's the thing. It's like, so I'm like, man, they played that shit over and over and over. The block. They had to name it. They gave it a name. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
That's why Kyrie left. That's why that motherfucker only got 4 championships and Kyrie left. Because we know they didn't talk about that shot. That shot was what won that damn game.
Damn, Ty, you got a lot of background, bro. Ty, you got a lot of background. Put you on mute real quick.
So Tice, what's up, bro? What's up, man?
Tice, I can't hear you. Okay, man, we got Pablo Frescobar in the building. Pablo, what's good, man?
Yo, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Doing well, man.
Ain't nothing, fam. What's up with you, bro?
Chilling, man. So on the Russell Westbrook situation, I feel like Russ is a bad fit for the Lakers. Russ is a declining player, whose athleticism is leaving him. And I saw a shooting coach break down why Russ is having such a hard time.
Okay.
And pretty much what he said was, when earlier in his career, Russell had like supreme athleticism, right? So when he would rise up for his jump shot, he would elevate really high, and he would look down on the rim when he shot a jump shot. Now, when he shoots a jump shot, he's even with the rim. And so that is why his shots are not falling. Add to that, now he's in the spotlight. See, when you're out in Washington and Houston and all of that, people weren't really watching them in the same way that they watch the Lakers. So now his every mistake, every turnover, is scrutinized a lot more. And so now people are seeing Russ in a different light, to go along with the fact that, he's adjusting to the fact that his athleticism is leaving.
That's it.
And so that is what's hurting him. And I gotta agree a little bit on what you were saying about LeBron. LeBron is hunting championships now. He's hunting them. He even put out a floater about Steph Curry, and he floated it out there to see what people.
Yes, he did.
To see what people would think, how much pushback he would get.
Yes.
For floating it out there.
That's so true.
So you got a point about that.
And
to the guy just said he was in the MVP race. Listen, Anthony Davis in 2020 averaged more points, rebounds, better field goal percentage, and led the team in every statistical category and finished like 6th in MVP voting. LeBron finished 3rd and was complaining, or 2nd or something, and was complaining about it. All he did was lead the team in assists. This is what I'm talking about. Like, just because the voters of the MVP race vote for some guy, it's because every year when you see him come down and dunk the fucking basketball, people lose their damn minds. As a guy, you know what? Maybe because I was a guy that could do all that shit myself, I look at it like, okay, yeah, I seen you do it.
I can put my elbow in the rim. You know,
exactly. So we don't look at it like, okay, yeah, that's easy. That's like running up and doing a layup. I could dunk just simple. I could do a layup. It wasn't hard. So for me, it's like, okay, all right, yeah, he got a nice little hard dunk. Okay, we know he can do that. Why the fuck did you come down and let your man do this? Or why did you come down and the dude was open and you want to shoot a half-court jump shot? Or why you not flowing into the offense? You let this team come down. Y'all was up 25 points. You gave up a 25-point lead. You the floor general. Who takes the blame when that happens? Hold on. Who you played college basketball? If your point guard, what's the point guard? What the coach gonna say to the point guard when he called timeout? Y'all just gave up a 25-point lead. What are you gonna say to the point guard?
Oh, why the fuck you ain't run my plays? Why the fuck you ain't reset the pace? And
he's gonna blame the point guard more than anybody else. It's like the quarterback.
He's an extension of him.
Yeah, why you running? What are you doing? And if the point guard's trying to score and be the leading scorer, most coaches I play for, they don't like that. Why you running point? Why are you trying to lead? No, I don't want that. You get you about 20 points. My best point guard, I'm talking about people that'll give you 40. A good game for him would be 20 points, 8 or 9 assists, 6 rebounds. That's a good game, and we won. But for LeBron, he'll be disappointed. That wouldn't be a good game for LeBron. That would be a horrible game for LeBron James. 22 points, 8 rebounds and 7 assists, 2 turnovers. Oh my God, that's a bad game. He had to get his points. That's all I'm saying. And at the expense of the rest of the team. That's the truth. Now, as far as Russell Westbrook, I agree. The brother never worked on his jump shot, and now he's getting older. And instead of him having the self-awareness to say, let me go put up 5,000 jump shots a day, right? From the time I would have been putting them up during the season, after the season, I would put up so many fucking jump shots, my arms would be sore. But he doesn't do that. And now, he what?
It's never been him though.
But that's the problem. Like, so why?
Does LeBron love the game, or is the game a way for him to,
You mean Westbrook?
What he is right now? No, sub. I'm saying, does LeBron really? Okay, in other words, to shoot 500 shots a day, you gotta love the game. By the way, shout out to my man Pob. Shout out to Sub, and of course, shout out to the motherfucking hostess with the mostest, Hoop. So just salute to y'all.
Appreciate you, Tice. Oh, I got to get my super chat real quick. Hold on. So Pierre says LeBron don't play with young cats, old scrubs on it. Well, I mean, shit, you can't get no young cats. You ain't get no salary, so. But yeah, money. Yeah.
Can I add something here?
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you go first, Tice. I'm gonna let between the guys.
All right. I'll be brief. You
got it, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, Hoop, if I'm brief, that means I'm going to be long. But no,
yeah, I know.
Real quick. Yeah, so Russell Westbrook, 14 years, his agent. So here's what I'm going to tell you why Black lives don't matter. And you're like, wait a minute, we didn't talk about Russell Westbrook and his agent. Fuck all that. I love the music in the background too because it's keeping me in my flow. So, how is it the NBA is supposedly the social justice league, but less than 20% of these guys have black agents? You feel me? So why is it? And by the way, all being an agent is, yeah, you do have to have connections and know things and such. And I know my man Pob can chime on this, his mother being a former council person and all this stuff or whatever, right? My point is that, listen, if we're talking about all, I mean, case in point, I was literally watching.
I bet a large swath of those agents are Jewish. I bet you.
Oh, you better bet your ass.
Sup. And by the way, real quick, Sub and I are working on a presentation where we're reading these books and novels of how the small hats control Black America. Once we gather our notes, we're gonna put that out there. Y'all, it's gonna kill the game and tell y'all who controls Black America, even though most of us know that. Okay, that's a little hint. Back to these agents in basketball. I saw a ticker today, and it was a guy who was sitting next to me, and he was talking about to me how he was a Yankee fan and a G-Man fan, and I'm like, oh, here we go again with another front runner. But at least he was from New York. And we were just talking, and I saw somebody signed a $200 million deal today. I don't remember who or what it was, but I'm like, wow. Here we got guys signing $200 million deals. What's the lawyer fee? 10%? 8% or whatever? Remember, Vince Carter got held up with a Black agent. I can't remember his name. Y'all brothers might remember this. But just tying this to Russell Westbrook. So now, when his whitey guy, whitey meaning the letters YT, he tells him, hey dude, just take this $40 million and just get traded. Obviously, that means he wants to get out of this situation. And I'm looking at it from that perspective. Russell, you're 34 years old. You're going on 35 next year. Your physical gifts are done. As you said, Hoop, you're not outrunning guys anymore. You know, you haven't developed. How in the hell, after 14 years, do you not develop like any nuance of the game? Like knowing where the private corners are, all this, you know what I'm saying? He's embarrassing. And what's to me the most sad, and I'll end on this note, and Sub kind of mentioned this, that triple-double is the most overrated stat in the modern game. And that man basically listen, I was the biggest Russell Westbrook defender there was. Oh, he didn't want to stay in the trenches with unlike KD and all this. And I come to realize I was wrong. This dude is a stat patter. All he cares about, listen, Isaiah retired after 12 years of service. Larry Bird retired after 13 years of service. Russell Westbrook is in his 14th year and hasn't figured out how to make the right pass. And with that, I will pass.
Well, you know, guards under 6'5", that's about the life expectancy. If they're exceptional in the NBA, is about 12 years. Because what happens is you have to be so quick to get a shot off that by the time you reach that age, it's starting to leave you. So you take the guys from the past like Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars and who else am I thinking? Norm. I go way back to the old school like Norm Nixon and those guys. It's right about 12, 13 years is about the max they're going to get out of it. And I think that's what you're kind of seeing with Russ.
Okay, so he's taller. Why hasn't he learned the game? He has more physical attributes. but less basketball smarts.
He just refused to learn the damn game. Like I call him more just being stubborn, like stubborn to a fault. Like he was so athletic, so much faster than everyone else. He did. Somebody in his corner never told him, like, man, dude, you got to learn the fucking game. Like at some point, your athleticism is gonna go away. Learn the damn game, and this is why he's having issues. But he never really could shoot in the first damn place, even though he was kind of a decent free throw shooter early in his career. I don't know what happened with his free throws. But he just never learned the game from a point guard perspective. And we can blame it on him not playing point guard until he got to college, to the NBA. But like you said, it's 14 years in the game. Something has to stick.
I remember I worked with coach under
Sup. Real quick. I'll let you go. This is more to you and Hoops since y'all play in the league. What about how would y'all? I won't say how would you coach. What is it like to be a coach for a guy like that? And not saying even though y'all haven't been coaches, but I'm sure y'all have mentored guys and all this. But explain it from y'all expertise.
I wouldn't let him run point guard. He would have been an off the guard, off the ball, and I'm gonna be honest with you. You guys might not remember this. I've seen him playing pickup. He can hit a fit. He never took it. He didn't like that 15-foot shot. That's his shot, man. It was his shot. I don't know about now, but back then, about 6-7 years ago, I was like, why Russ don't take that shot? He hits it, but he want to shoot the three. And you could tell he's not comfortable shooting the three. That's not his game. But when he in the flow of his athleticism, he could shoot, a 15-foot jump shot in the floor of the game. He could easily create space without having to be this super athletic guy and just get the shot off. Why not do that and work on it? I'm not saying he was like, real good at it, but he could have worked on that, and I'd have had him play off the ball. He's not.
No, but
he wouldn't be my point guard.
Okay, who you go?
Good might be gone. He might be.
This brother saying I'm going at LeBron. Look, man, y'all black men, like y'all got to stop with this LeBron love affair you guys got. You can never criticize LeBron James without getting people just get offended.
Damn, okay.
I'm not saying. Hold on, let me get this because the brother. He's still talking about this LeBron. I'm not even talking about LeBron no more. I'm not even talking about LeBron, man. What does this do? He's still hurt because I said somebody's boyfriend.
Okay, this is
I can talk now.
Okay,
my shit was on mute. Yeah, it's on mute. It was on mute.
Real quick, I know this is your show. Sub, this is exactly why I joined because I'm like, okay, so we're not supposed to be critical of LeBron, but we can be critical of DJT, shout out to Ivanka, rest in peace, or whatever, and all that. We can be critical about everything because all of Black America is about being critical. You want to know why? Man, Biggie better than Pac. The Lakers better than the Celtics. Everything about Black America. Cross Colors was better than Karl Kani, but somehow we can't be critical about dudes' boyfriends. Yeah, and dude, anybody that's defending La China, shout out to goddamn Clay, whatever outfit, whatever, who came up with that. Anybody that defends that, I'm gonna go on or whatever. It's like, wow. Why would you just?
What you drinking tonight, Tice? That's what
Man, cool.
No.
That nigga fool, boy.
Hey, Tice, you get that best. Tice, you get your best content when you got that oil in you, right? Gotta have that oil in you.
Man, you fool right now.
No, I couldn't figure out. You know how something's on the tip of your tongue or whatever. But it's just actually vodka soda. But Yeah, but go ahead about what you were saying about like. Go ahead. All right, I'm
gonna defer to my guy Will, but I'm gonna give him a few shout outs, man. My boy Theo Woff in the building. The Theo Woff. Shout out to Theo in the building, yeah, man. Theo always said get rid of Westbrook, man. Shout out to Theo Woff, man.
Shout out to Theo. What's up, Theo?
That's the man right there, man. God damn, I'm dying laughing tight. Will, I want you to go. Between the Game Sports, and then Pablo, I want you to talk on it too. Go ahead, Will.
No, I'm kind of with Sub on the point that Russ would have never played PG for me. Like I'd have peeped that out from the time he stepped on the court, first practice. He would have never been at the PG position. Because he's not like playing PG. Like I play PG, so I have an understanding more of what's happening. He just doesn't have the mental capacity to understand game situations, shot clock situations, all this kind of stuff, getting their guys in the right place. All he knows is go. And that's, when you're that type of dude, it's kind of hard to adjust, man. Like, that's all you know is go. You've been taught go, 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 go. So when folks are telling you, like, hey, man, you need to slow down, you need to go to the corner, let me run it for a little bit, your pride kicks in and you don't want to give that spot up. And so Russ is his own blame. Like it's nobody else's fault. He's his own blame.
Facts. and that's where let me chime in a little bit. Then Pablo, I want you to go. Yeah, I mean, so with me, man, listen, man, I say this all the time, man. Russell Westbrook never played point guard until he got to NBA. He never played point guard until he got to NBA. So there's certain nuances that he just does not understand. And I gotta say, man, me being 6'7", I played with a lot of guys. One of my best friends who's 6'1", who has more point guard skills, who me with no handles is a better point guard than. And Will, you know who I'm talking about.
Yep, exactly.
so again, that's my guy, 100 grand. That's my man. But I tell him this, like, bro, you're a horrible point guard. It's because he sees the game as scoring. Even though he has the stature of a point guard, he doesn't understand how to be a point guard because he doesn't see basketball that way. And so when I see a guy like Russell Westbrook, I see the same thing. I mean, obviously, a way more athletic, a better ilk of player, but it's the same mentality. The mentality is you think of yourself first, and you think of everybody else secondary, and that leads to being a bad point guard. Because you have to be able to, if a guy's listening, you have to be able to see the play before it's happening. That's why I give LeBron a lot of credit for being a point guard, because he has the ability to see the play before the play materializes. And that's a skill set that everybody just don't have, man. I'm sorry, it's called anticipation. So
one of the best LeBron stories I heard is that one guy couldn't figure out the play on the opposing team, and he was like, what was this? And then LeBron told him, it's blah, 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 blah. So he understands the game. I'll give you that.
To LeBron's credit, LeBron is arguably a top 5, top 10. I mean, arguably, I got him. If you don't like him, he's at least 11. Like, let's not, you know what I'm saying? Even if you don't like him. Yeah. If you like him, you probably got him in the top 5.
I don't know.
And if you're a bootleg, you probably got him as the GOAT. But what I'm saying is, for the most part, that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't have a problem with LeBron off the court. I just think on the court there are certain things I see, and when it comes to Westbrook, I think Westbrook, I blame him for having been in the league 14 years, just like he can't figure out how to play point guard. I could have told him, look, man, as soon as y'all lose, they're gonna start paying attention to every move you make, every turnover, every jump shot. You don't want to be in that situation. How could you have been in the league this long and not know that? And so I blame him for that. If he'd have been in the Atlanta Hawks somewhere or somewhere, nobody would have cared. Nobody would have cared. He still would have been doing his thing, they'd still been talking about, did you see the dunk Westbrook did? And I'm gonna be honest with you, when everybody wasn't playing and he was playing by himself, he had some of his best games when he got his rhythm going. And I think he averaged like 19, 8 and 8. I think he didn't do too bad. I mean, I know people don't want to hear it. He almost averaged a triple-double this year with all that went on. And from the All-Star break, the whole second half of the year, if we're really watching Westbrook,
He was a lot better.
He cut his turnovers way down. He was leading the league, and then he cut them way down, and LeBron led the team. Something like that, where he cut his turnovers way down, and it was because of the way he paid attention. He finally became aware when they dragged his ass, and they talked that he needed that. But now he's 33, 34 years old. I ain't gonna lie, man. And I hate to say it, I'm the most optimistic person in the world. His ship is sailed. I mean, you're getting $47 million. You'll be good next year to get 10 or 15. Yeah. I mean, I just don't see him as a guy who can come in and because of his ego and because he's tone deaf, he's not aware of his greatness. I mean his decline in greatness of what he used to be. I think he probably would be better served going somewhere and just getting a little bench job, coming off the bench, averaging about 16, 17 off the bench on a second squad and helping the team make a run. Like if you go to for example, Milwaukee would be a good situation where he can come off the bench in the second squad. But he would not. He would feel like he should be playing over. Yeah, because he thinks he's better than Drew Holiday. And I'm like, I don't like Drew Holiday, but I'd rather have Drew Holiday at point guard than Russell Westbrook.
Well, the thing is, he is better.
The same thing when he decided he didn't want to come off the bench. What was that? He got traded to Detroit or Memphis.
Yeah, that was the end for him. That was the end of the line.
I got a question. Ask that question, Pablo. You asked me that chat.
So I got a question for you guys, the three of you guys that have played at a high level, and I mean college and above, right? How would you approach Russ about changing positions or coming off the bench? Because ego is a big part of his situation right now. His
as
own
a teammate or coach? You talking about the teammate or the coach?
As either one, you take your pick.
Okay.
The three of you.
I guess I'll start off. As a coach, I mean, with guys like that, you gotta show film because he is basically a believer in his own brand, his own cult of personality he has. He believes in it. So just telling him it means nothing. But I would sit him down and let him see film. Like, listen, bro, when you do this is what happens, and you look bad. So here's what's better for you because you're at this stage of your career. Here's where your shooting percentage is, and here's where your value is in the market. Now, Russell Westbrook doesn't strike me as the most cerebral guy, so I think that there would have to be a series of talks. I mean, no shade to the brother. I'm just assessing him as I see him. I mean, just real shit. He strikes me as a run through the wall kind of guy. That's all he understands. Would have been a great football player, by the way. By that mentality, great football player. But since he plays basketball, I would just try to walk him through and let him understand, like, listen, man, you're not who you used to be. Your percentage is here. Your win shares are here. Your defensive efficiency is here. Listen, man, for you to be effective, you have to do that because it's salvageable. Because guys like Jason Kidd just reinvented his game by the time he left the game. He went for a guy who couldn't shoot for shit.
Yeah, he could lead. He could lead a game on his own terms if he reinvented himself. I don't think you can. I don't think you can talk to him.
I think it's too late.
14 years.
Yeah, you could. But the thing, hold on. Let me get it out. The point is, his ego is gonna get in the way because it's been 14 years. Because he had a couple of games where I think Kobe went on Twitter and gave him his props one time, and he gave Kobe a good game, and he's still living through that, which I probably would too. Shit, if I lit Kobe up one time and Kobe went on the internet and said I gave it to him, I'd be like, oh shit. I'd be like, damn. So that you gotta understand, his ego is ridiculous. I'm the guy that Kobe went on Twitter and acknowledged as having given him a good game. That gotta blow your head up. I mean, come on, this guy averaged first guy in Lord knows what, 30, 40, 50 years to average a triple-double. He did it 2-3 seasons straight. MVP. I mean, the dude, most people, if you told me that was my career on paper, apart, even with the turnovers, I would be like, damn it, I'm a great. I'll be holding my chest out like I'm the greatest thing. I would. I'm telling the truth.
Check this out. So Hoop Jargon addressed it as if he was a coach, he would show him the film. Eye in the sky don't lie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now you his teammate.
I mean, ain't no real way to rip off no Band-Aid, bro. You just got to tell him. Because I mean, you can't come to him. What you can't do with Russ. See, this is what LeBron, I think, would probably be able to turn the corner and really get the most out of his teams. Is don't be my boy in my face and then go do something. Go ahead and tell him, look, man, this is what it is. This is what we need. I have a me with us three. It'll be me, him, and Anthony. I tell Anthony, look here, man, that bullshit you pulling talking about you ain't touched the ball in 5 months, we gonna get you the fuck out of here. That's what I'm gonna say. Like we gonna get your ass up out of here. You playing 5 months? You just sat out for 6 months. You played 2 games, and then you talking about you ain't gonna touch the ball for 5 months? What the fuck? What are you doing? Right? That's number one. Then I turn to your boy and I be like, look, man, I'm gonna give it all I got, man. My body, I'm old. I'm 30. I'm gonna be 39 years old, 30, whatever. I'm old. I can't be running up and down the court, but I'm gonna give you my best on defense. I'm gonna give defensive effort. I need you to stop turning the ball over. I need you to work on your damn jump shot. If by October you have not worked on your jump shot, we looking to ship you. That's a deal. That's what men do. We make decisions. I look you in your face and I tell you what the fuck it is, and that's that. And it shouldn't be no problem. Like, I have no problem with a man looking me in my face, telling me what the rules are. And if the shit don't go, I already know. He ain't gotta say shit. I'm like, hey man, we had this agreement. I'm not even mad at you. Because we both agreed, and you can't be mad about that. That's where I feel like you got, and that's politicking. Like, you got to learn how to reach across the aisles and politic with people that may or may not like your ass. That's what's part of being a guy. I played with people that couldn't stand my ass. We like each other. That's why Russell Westbrook don't want to be in that locker room. He know LeBron can't stand his ass. He can't stand LeBron, but LeBron run everything in that locker room, and he knows it. He's gonna be uncomfortable, surrounded by people that don't like him. They gonna make fun of him. He knows that. He doesn't want to go through that again. That's why he want to leave, but he doesn't have a market for it.
Let's forget the personality aspect for a second. I'm just talking the basketball-wise. Again, LeBron can only play in the LeBron James system, as I call it, or shout out to Chronicles of Judah. You know, you're right. You know, right? Yeah.
But you know what? The personality part matters, though. It kind of matters.
Pop. I want you to elaborate on that because I know where you're gonna go to it. Okay.
So what you're saying? What Sub-Zero was saying? If your teammate is being passive aggressive, meaning he got a problem with you, but he won't say it on the court, that is. If you dribbling the ball off your knee, you taking bad shots, you know, you running 1,000 miles an hour ahead of the team on the break, and you're not finding nobody. You don't understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they looking at you side eye, but they won't say anything. That's gonna be an issue.
Mm-hmm. But see, you can't say that because see, the guys, they got LeBron's dick so far up their mouth, they can't see past the fact that a big part of why we're talking about Russell Westbrook right now is because he's on the Lakers. It's because he's LeBron James's teammate. The same thing we said about Kevin Love. Kevin Love gave him a quiet 20-10. They still shitted on him. I thought Kevin Love's career was over when LeBron. I'm actually proud of Kevin Love for still being in the NBA. I swore I said they about to get rid of his ass, and he's still in the league.
I agree with that actually.
I thought his career was over, and he still hung in there. Chris Bosh, shit, he might have got sick because of the fucking stress. Shit, I'm just saying, like Chris Bosh went from averaging 25 and 9 to like right nothing.
He went right back to what he was when LeBron went to back to Cleveland.
That's what I'm saying. And so then he just, that's what I'm saying. And we can't talk about that. You can't never. He's the most protected guy I've ever seen. And so it's like me. I think just about everything that has to do with the NBA, he has his fingerprints on it in some sort of way. Just about. And for me to say that, people, oh my God, you're crazy. Look, man, anything that the media talks about affects the way people look at Russell Westbrook. Why is he looked at like he is? Why can't you could get market value for him last year? Why did the Lakers give up what they gave up for him before he played with LeBron? It ain't like, I mean, what was going on in Washington? He was still turning the ball over, but now nobody wants him. What's the difference? It's the same thing. It's the same thing if you tried to trade Kevin Love before LeBron left, you would have had the same hell to get rid of Kevin Love. Even though Kevin Love was still putting up 20 and 10, you still would have been like, well, I mean, he's not that good. They're losing. He's not getting it done. They're the same thing. I'm just saying that a big part of this is Shannon Sharp and Nick Wright and people like that. This is not hate. Like, yeah, I don't like his ass, okay? You are correct. I don't like his bitch ass. But that being said, we have to, I have no problem admitting it, man. I don't like him, and it's okay. I can say I don't like him, but then I can also be objective and say, because I was really being objective and said it could help his career if he were to talk to him and say this and say that and be straight up. Communication, man. You are LeBron. Yeah. The man knows, everybody know you powerful. Everybody know you got clutch sports. They know you got the media on your side. If you come and talk to that man, LeBron has enough cachet right now. He can sit down with Russell Westbrook and say whatever the fuck you want to say. Westbrook gotta respect it because it's LeBron fucking James, bro. But LeBron, just like he did Kobe, sneaks behind people's back and try to get them traded he went on and told, man, you gotta do something about this shit. And it got leaked out that he was talking to Mike Krzyzewski about Kobe's shot. Mike went straight to Kobe. He's like, hey man, you take your shot. Kobe's like, all right, no problem. Why you just tell Kobe? Why you gotta do that bitch shit? Running to the coach. Just tell him straight up, bro, what's up, man? That's the difference. That's a big difference.
That's it too. That's how, like me and Hoop was high school teammates, middle school teammates. Anytime we had a problem with each other, whether it be me against him or him against me, you should be able to talk to your homeboy and say, hey man, you fucking up. Mm-hmm. And it be cool. Like you might squabble it out or whatever it may be, cuss each other out. But at the end of the day, you got a job to do, and your job is to win. So I don't understand why LeBron chooses that route. It's very, very bitch made, as you would say, in the move that he pulls that shit. That irks the hell out of me a lot of times.
But does this not? Do you guys understand why you can't talk about Westbrook without dealing with LeBron and the media and why is Westbrook? He can't get shopped. The media, the LeBron media, just dragged his ass for a year straight. Why they showed his turnovers over and over and over and over and over. That shit, who did that? Why did they drag him like that? Because he was playing with LeBron and he's on the Lakers.
Well,
so when you say he's the most hated, the man, a good example. When you say the guy said he's just the most hated. Let me tell you something. When the playoffs are going on, and you want to interject yourself into the playoffs and want to try to, hey, don't forget about me, making these little comments all the fucking time, that's gonna make you hate it. When you make little comments about wanting to play with the best five, we want to see you go up against these guys. We don't want to see you stack your fucking team. I'm sick of this super team shit. We want to see who's the best. You don't really know if you're the best. You don't know you're better than Giannis if you get you, Kevin Durant, and Steph Curry. Yeah, you're gonna beat Giannis. That doesn't mean you're better than Giannis. I don't give a fuck what the media say. That doesn't mean you better than Giannis. It means you had a stacked team. I'll never respect that shit.
Let me briefly crystallize what you're saying. And you're right. And this is why I have a love-hate relationship with the NBA. And that basically the media narrative drives more lines or traffic to the NBA than the actual play or the game. Think about it. We're talking about the NBA more than the finals. And were those finals classic? No, but it was some good games or whatever. We're talking about more free agency than the actual season, because what happens? Early NBA season, it's football season. Nobody gives a shit. The NBA season generally doesn't start for the average casual till post All-Star break, right? And the league is then compressed to a small amount of teams, which gets to your point of damn, maybe Clutch Sports, which I know is in the media, is floating things. Put this out about Westbrook. Put this out about Westbrook. Put this out about him. It's not just LeBron. Let's just do this. And the reason I say that is LeBron, think about it. 2010, he was the pariah media-wise. Now, except for Skip Bayless, they protect him. So that just has to tell you there is something that had influenced the media to whereas no, we have to inflate. In LeBron's 3,123rd game, he scored on this when Mars was in unison with the moon. Whatever, astrology. I mean, I'm like, who gives a shit, right? Well, who gives a shit about this? They inflate this, but hey, that's just where the money is, and that's how they do it. Let me just say a basketball point. Russell Westbrook should say, no, I'm going to honor my contract. Let the Lakers find a trade. OKC, they have a shit ton of draft picks. Bring that back. Oh, Russell's back and all this. At the end of the day, I don't think these guys even care about championships, man. It's just about collecting the most money. And shout out to Bradley Beal on that 255 he about to sign. Passing it off.
Hey, Sub, I want you to address that comment. Go ahead, Sub.
Bro, let me say this, man. He says, now I'm sick of these super teams with all the 70 Lakers.
Celtics. Let me take this, please.
Huh?
I know this even better.
I don't even know what. Hold on. No, I know. I'm gonna say a little something because the brother. Every time I make a comment, he's got the laughing emojis. Clearly, you triggered about your boyfriend, bro. Like clearly. Like I'll never go and laugh in somebody's comments about a motherfucker talking about another grown ass man. This is what I'm talking about men and their gay lover relationship and love affair for this dude. Like stop it,
right
bro.
there.
Like stop it.
Right
Come on, man.
Look.
I mean, hold on. This tell me a lot about you as a person as far as how many vaccine shots you done got. How much I can tell you a lot about you as a person just by this dumb shit. I bet you done got 6 booster shots. I bet you got 6 motherfucking booster shots. Because he coming in the cup. Ha ha. He said this. Ha ha ha. If I say left, he laughing emoji. What the fuck? Go ahead, man.
I don't know who this guy is.
They don't mean that, so. Go ahead.
I don't know who this guy is. I'm just doing this for the Hoop Jargon channel. Blue the Ghost Shoe. First of all, I don't respect men that don't have themselves in a motherfucking avatars and shit. Okay, that's number one. Number two, there's no such thing as a super team until you get into the 2000s. So when you name bullshit like the Boston Celtics, the 76ers, or the other teams, first of all, there's something called, or I'm sorry, in 2008, that was a super team. No, Kevin Garnett was 32, and it was something called a trade. You dumb motherfuckers that don't understand NBA transactions. Boston gave up something, Al Jefferson, when he was actually worth something or whatever, to get KG.
Damn,
okay,
it's
okay, right? Okay, so Al Jefferson, your boy, your Houston boy, you probably hooped with him. Light skinned dude, Joe Green. Could jump out the goddamn arena and shit. Okay, they gave up 4 people to get KG. Now, there's a difference as a free agent when you like, I'm gonna stack up with my my AAU partner. And by the way, when you compare the Lakers, unfortunately, or fortunately for Laker fans, James Worthy was the number 1 pick, and the Lakers had the number 1 pick after they won the championship when they drafted him. But their 1980 championship was completely organic. But the point is that they didn't just deliberately draft things. So stop talking about just because you have big names, because you clown goofies think teams like there was you got God damn it, it's gonna come to me in a second. Oh, when Steve Nash and Dwight Howard and Kobe, that was a super team. No,
yes, it was horrible.
They were at the end of the two of those guys were at the end of the line of their career, and there's another example of where they tried to do this.
Karl Malone, Gary Payton, Shaq. And
okay, when my beloved Pistons beat them, exactly when Gary Payton and Karl Malone were literally at the back nine of their career. Listen.
Well, also, brother, you got to look at it. Name a time where guys in their early 20s, in their physical prime, were top two. Hold on, let me get it out. The top 3 players. That would be like 1989. Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan and Dominique on the same team. That's what that would. That had never happened. Like let's not act like these guys at 14 years in the NBA, 15, 13 years, and say they got traded in and say that's a super team compared to, okay, LeBron's 26, this guy's 27, 28. They both lead the league. They both it was between Kobe, D-Wade, and LeBron were the best 3 players in the NBA at the time. They joined forces.
You're right. You know,
like, come on, man. That's not the same. That would be like Embiid and Giannis on the same team. Like, come on, man.
What made that so bad was those were 2 NBA first team, second team guys, you know, in the prime of their careers.
In their 20s.
Right. No, they're like 25, 26. That's, you know, but hey, look at what happened with that. Kevin Durant.
Yeah, Scotty had already had back spasms on his way out. Charles Barkley is noted as calling Michael Jordan.
One second. Did he cite this comment? Justin
He young, man. He young.
No, pull it back up, Lou. Pull it back up, Lou. Okay, sir. Also, Scotty, Charles, and Hakeem was not a super team. Actually, he is correct. So we jumped at Mr. Justin Singleton. My bad. Exactly. Charles Barkley was on his last leg.
Oh, my bad. I thought he said it was. I thought he was saying that to be facetious.
Nah, he was replying to the other dude saying.
Oh, my bad, dog. I thought I was laughing.
He was replying to Blue Dog.
Shout out to you. You're correct. Super teams to the average casual social media fan is a bunch of big names together, regardless of the state of their career or where they at. You know, in other words, there's no difference between a player in their in their prime versus their end game and shit.
Brother, did you just read this comment?
Let's read.
There was only 8 teams. There was only 8 teams when the Celtics won most of their championships, man.
Let me. I want to ask.
What are you talking like this? Like, who is this? Who is this guy?
Now,
he just slowly y'all at this
point, man. Oh, I didn't read a comment, but okay. So when people try to shit on the 60s, whoever does that, watch one of those games in their entirety. Number 1, you couldn't compete with that. Number 2, all the talent was compressed. So you had teams 10 deep, okay? So do not expansion like right now people talk about we should put the team in Louisville and Seattle and all this. All you're gonna do is just make the talent pool spread out. It's 30 teams right now. Back then it was 18.
Yeah.
You think those guys were all just scrubs? I know. Shout out to JJ Redick. They were just all plumbers and all this. You know, because
I hate it when he said that. I so hate it when he
is a plumber. He is the epitome of a plumber. Like,
I hate it when he said that shit, man.
You a specialist,
JJ Redick was this great. Because JJ Redick was this great player. You know.
Lord have mercy.
You know, with his great pedigree, you know, being produced or whatever. You know, because JJ Redick was better than Spencer Haywood. JJ Redick was better than Dr. J.
Shit.
Jerry West.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, I bet you JJ Redick, he probably thinks, look, man, you take me back to the 60s, I'll get him guys 40. That's what he probably thinks.
Hey, JJ Redick is taking over what Max Kellerman left off, man. It is what it is, man.
But you get, I'm gonna pass it. But my point is simply that people don't even know what super team. It's not just a bunch of big names. It's about how. And by the way, let me add
context.
This is the main point I want to say, and I'm gonna pass it off. And Pablo.
I got it. I got it. I got it. I got some to say.
Let me say this real quick. Damn it, I just lost my point just that quick. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Listen, stop saying LeBron created player movement. Moses Malone was a free agent. Yes, free agency wasn't the same as it is now. Tom Chambers, the white guy that had one of the most classic poster dunks ever. Tom Chambers. Say that again, Will.
I said on Mark Jackson. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Tom Chambers was the Shaq was a free agent going to Lakers. When they say player empowerment and all this, that's just media narrative, man. I'm like, what are you talking about? The NBA season, unfortunately, is more about the free agency signings. You get more hype, more clicks about that than the actual championships. And yet, we're talking about basketball because we just love the game. But that tells you where the state of the league is and these fanboys. But no, LeBron didn't create player empowerment and all that dumb bullshit or whatever. That was already pre-planned by.
Well, hold on. So you saying I think he's the first guy we've seen that had an agency, and he's the first guy we've seen that hijacked. He's the first guy I've ever seen that literally hijacked. Well, I ain't gonna say hijacked the media, but because these debate shows got in, he got an enemy behind it. He got to the and he flipped a lot of guys on his side, which empowers him because now he controls the narrative, according to Stephen A. Smith.
Point taken on that. Point taken
so
on that.
Because he controls the narrative.
All I'm saying is, don't act like this nigga is Kurt Flood, and most niggas don't even know who the fuck Kurt Flood is.
Yeah, you got me on that one.
You on mute. You on mute.
I'm sorry. Kurt Flood was the first free agent in baseball in the mid 70s. I'm sorry, 1973. In St. Louis or what have you. Okay, so he's the one who opened up free agency, and then Reggie Jackson later signed the biggest contract in baseball, $1 million a year, whatever. But they try to make LeBron James like he's the Kurt Flood, Martin Luther King of this shit, when this shit was happening 30 years ago of guys going to different teams after honoring their contract.
But yeah, that's what Shaq did when he went to LA.
Yep.
Exactly.
Let me address some of these comments real quick because we got a good discussion going. So I want to address Blue Dog. I want to say too, you know who he was. So to me, Blue Dog, he's probably a Sigma who went to Grambling. That's what I surmised from that being a fellow Greek. But so the 70s. Listen, man, and they brought this argument about Havlicek saying that why he's not in the GOAT conversation with his career. It's because in his career they had from 8 to like 16 teams in his career. And he played in the 60s and 70s, right? So we got to understand that, to Tyson's point, yes, there was a conglomeration of talent, but the Celtics had all the talent, man. And Red Auerbach was he had an easy seat, man. I'm not saying he wasn't a great coach, but the degree of difficulty was very low, man.
Yeah.
And towards the end of Havlicek's career is when they finally had like 18 teams, but for the most career it was like around 8 to 12. So that does matter with results if you got all the shit stacked up in Boston. And shout out to my guy AB the Hero. Hold on a second. My boy AB the Hero, man. Great YouTube creator, man. Y'all go follow my guy. So he said an interesting comment. I want to address that. Wade and Bosh were done after LeBron left. That's not true. And we just went over that, saying that Chris Bosh, actually his numbers went right back up. If it wasn't for his blood clot, he would have been still Shout out to Jamaicans. If he didn't have his blood clot, he still would have been. He still would have been a premier player, man. So that's not true. Now, D-Wade, there's an argument to be said for that. Yeah, his game started going down after that. So I do want to get that out there as we go forward, because that's not necessarily true, man. That's not necessarily true.
But D-Wade was done as a top 3 guy. I agree with that, but I still could. You could make him a top 10 guy. I mean, I wouldn't make him top. I'm talking about after LeBron left. He still was a top. He still on any given night could probably get you 30 points.
He still was hooping. He hooped in Chicago. Yeah. He hooped in. Well, he wasn't so good in Cleveland, but you know,
Chicago.
He's all right. He's all right. Chicago. He's all right. But yeah, I mean, it's just like it's frustrating if you're not a LeBron James fan, because what you do is you get that, like Sub was saying, that club sport conglomerate. It's for real, man. It's like a mafia. It's a media mafia, and they got these plants like your boy. Who's that bum ass 7-foot dude?
Hollins.
No, I'm not saying it.
Yeah, Hollins.
Perkins.
Ryan Hollins.
No.
You know, I only think
Ryan
Perkins is
Hollins.
playing. Yeah, Ryan Hollins. You got guys like Damon Jones. You got guys like Nick Wright. You got guys like Shannon Sharp. You got guys like Colin Cowherd, who he can do no wrong. Or Chris Acho as well. He can do no wrong in these people's eyes. It's just like, dude, at the end of the day, their words affect people's reality.
Yep.
So, and when the media is saturated so much with their words, it does affect reality. Go ahead.
Just to add to that, we have to recognize, and I'm not trying to shit on the younger generation, but I'm going to keep it 100. We watch games in their entirety. They watch them like this, or in clips, or the last 2 minutes.
Yeah.
They don't. You ask. I will challenge. How about this? Here's a challenge. Will Sub hoop? Talk to guys under 30. Ask them, what's the mid-range game? What's even a fast break? You know, ask them just general, simple questions or whatever. What do you consider a good defense? Good defense, an elbow in the back. Oh, wait, you can't hand check. My bad. And I guarantee you, when y'all come back and report, y'all be like, they couldn't tell me, man. I just like, man, he shoots them threes. No one even looks at the game. Think about this. I was watching a bunch of 90s games. Literally, whatever, when I was watching it. But those scores were in the 70s and 80s. And I'm in my head like, damn. And man, it was not a beautiful, a beautiful brand of basketball unless you like defense. Now, me, I love defense. I was watching literally the Knicks against Indiana when Larry Johnson hit the 4-point play when Anthony Davis fouled him. I don't know if you guys remember.
That weak ass celebration.
That game.
He put his elbow in his
it's like, yeah.
Like, what was that?
Yeah. You know,
what is that?
The Popeye, right?
Yeah.
And but guess what? He nailed the free throw. But that game was 70-something to 80-something. Now we got games in the 120s. But then you got guys
140,
say,
150.
The game is better now. Right. Now you got guys that say, oh, the game is much better now because so much fluid. But you go back to the 80s, my beloved Detroit Pistons, let's give a shout out, you know, they average 120 points a year or whatever, but all we did was this bully ball. You know, we didn't invent the 3-guard offense in the 80s, but outside of my beloved Pistons, you know, I guys got to give that shameless plug. The games was in the 120s. You see my point? In other words, the 80s, where it was defense, there was still scoring. Now, the 90s, the defense did go to a whole new level. But without that defense, these guys are matching 80s levels, whatever there, you know. So, passing the mic off.
It's funny that you say that because I work with a lot of kids on a daily basis. And I offer a service to kids and their parents about teaching them how to watch film. And when I'm doing this with these kids, they literally looking at me like, what the hell are you talking about? All they know is 3-pointers and layups and dunks. That's all they freaking know. And I'm like going freaking crazy. Like, dude, did you not see this guy step over right here? You could have easily pulled up for a midi, as they want to call it now, the midi. Like, dude, you could have easily saved yourself from getting injured. This is why you got hurt on this play, because you tried to go from 2 or 3 people. That's not a good basketball play, man. And then and folks, I want to talk about Curry all the time, talking about he ruined the game. No, he didn't. Curry has a skill set that almost nobody can match. But he has that skill set because he worked on it and worked on it and worked on it. I see these YouTube trainers, these social media trainers teaching these kids 35-foot threes, and they can barely get the ball above their weight. Like, fucking up form, doing all this.
You don't think having real quick, keep flowing. You don't think having a father that happened to play in the top league of the world helped out some Curry either?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But he's what I'm saying is that they don't understand the fact that he's literally put in countless of hours to get to that point.
But that's my point.
I don't want to see an 8-year-old shoot a 35-foot three-pointer when they haven't mastered the ability to make a layup, 10 right-hand layups, and you right-handed in a row.
Hey, I'll give you an example.
That's it, man. That's it. I coached AAU a couple of years back, and I remember staying after. Nobody wanted to stay after practice.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I'm gonna be over here after practice. Anybody want to do some drills? They will run out of there, get on their cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I showed this kid some drills, how to create space, named Cox. He had a little potential, about 6'4", played hard, gave his all on the court, and I liked him. I took a liking to him, stayed after practice, showed him how to create space, showed him stuff. Came back the next year, he had not worked. I said, let me see you do this. He couldn't do it. I said, show me how to do this. He couldn't do it. I said, bro, we put time into this. What happened?
Couldn't do it.
But you catch him, he would be at the gym every day, running up and down the floor, playing pickup. I'm like, look, man, that's what separates Steven Jackson from certain guys, is that Steven Jackson's the type of guy, if you know anything about it, was a pickup guy. He'll play a bunch of pickup basketball. But when it come to, he was just natural talent though. It wasn't that this guy was really like Kobe. Like Kobe's a different breed of guy, because Kobe did all the little things from boxing to, whatever, yoga, whatever he needed, he did all the little stuff. He would shoot the jumpers. The year that Kobe went off and hit 81 points, a lot of people don't know this. What Kobe had been doing that summer, he paid people to come in and run the triangle offense. And so he knew the spots. You watch that show called The Muse. It's on YouTube. You can buy it for I don't know how much, $10. He said, man, that whole summer I had been working in the offense, and I just got in the rhythm, and I knew the spots in the triangle offense to get my best shots off. And so Kobe, when he would run off those 80, then he ran off 60 in 3 quarters. It was just a zone that he got to that I hadn't seen since Michael Jordan. But he was able to do that because he put the time in, man. Getting good at basketball is the most boring. I tell kids,
it's boring.
It's boring.
Absolutely.
You do the work off the court. You only play pickup maybe once or twice a week.
Man, both of y'all speak on that. Drills, man. It's drills. It's doing the drills, and people laugh at you. Like when I used to work on my game, I remember cats used to talk about me. They'll see me doing drills and be like, and it's just like it's something inside of especially African American kids that tend to want to think, okay, you must not be that good because you're putting time in and you're working on something. You still ain't that good. Like I remember I was doing some drills, like shooting some shots and doing step throughs and trying to work on shots that I knew I was shooting the game. I was like, if I'm gonna shoot this shot in the game, I'm gonna work on it. So I never forget, I was doing these drills one day, and then this guy came in who was down there. They was playing 21 or whatever.
So after I got through with the drills, I sat down for a second. They asked me to come play 20. When I came in, and he was trying his best to prove a point. Like, he wasn't playing D on nobody but me. Mm-hmm. So I said, okay, he trying to prove a point. So he was trying to let me know that I ain't, like, he was, you know, so he started talking, okay, how many drills you do? Da, da, da. I went by his ass and you know, I ain't gonna say what I did to him, but he pissed me off because he made it personal because he saw me doing drills. Like, why? And I asked the guy, I say, bro, why you mad at me for working on my game? Like, I ain't mad at you, bro. I just want to step up to the child. Like, black people have a tendency when they see a kid working on something, putting the time in, doing the shit like you're supposed to do to be better, they almost get angry at you. Like, this cat was literally mad at me because I worked on my game, and like, he saw me working. He saw me take pride in my game, and he was angry. And if I'd have just walked in there and just played pickup, he wouldn't have cared. But because he saw me working on my game, doing drills, this nigga trying to be good, this nigga trying to go so I'm gonna show him he ain't that good.
Yeah,
and I hate that shit. Instead of just like, man, just play the fucking game. Don't be trying to. I'm working on my game. What's wrong with that? But
it's insecurity. Though. It's insecurity, and we know it's like when people say when you talk with articulation, oh, you trying to be white. You know how I go. You know how I go in our community. But we got a new panelist, man. My guy AB the Hero, big time AB the Hero, man. What you got, bro?
What's happening, man? I appreciate the basketball conversation, the knowledge, the history that y'all bring it to the panel and all that stuff.
What up?
I wanted to join because I'm a believer that I think that this new generation is maybe not as I think they get a raw deal. I actually think that I see a lot more of these kids working harder and doing drills and work. When I go across, you know how people live their life on the Instagram, I go across, there's more kids these days with trainers at a younger age than I ever seen before in my whole life. And I played D1 athlete sports, and I was one of those guys who thought like,
don't tell me where you played, AB.
I played football over at Iowa State. I played over at Independence Community College and went to Iowa State. But I say this to say I was one of those dudes just naturally talented. I was there 07, 08, and 09.
Wait a minute, you know old boy played for the Giants. He was one of the assistant coaches. You talking about Independence in Mississippi?
No, Independence Community College in Kansas.
Oh, I'm thinking about the other one. My bad. The other school, the other Last Chance U.
Oh yeah. Though Independence was there after. It was the Last Chance U after that. But I say that to say I was like one of them dudes who I like was just fast. I just was hella talented, and I feel like I come from a generation of cats who like. We like somebody was describing us like if you got to do all the extra work, that's because you need it. You know what I'm saying? I just wake up like this. You know what I'm saying? That generation. But now I go by the park. I go by and I tell you this. And I noticed that the dudes who I played with who ended up playing pro and going to the league were the dudes who at the time were not more talented than me, but were the guys who I would look out the window from my dorm room and they would be putting in work. And then them the dudes who like, they was coming off the bench behind me at the time, but continued to go past me. So I realized that. And so when I see a lot of these young dudes trying to put these drills in, when I hear you talk about you got a group of kids who you teaching how to watch film study with, I just don't, that never was an option for, I feel like, previous generations. You know what I'm saying?
No, like we didn't have it. We didn't have that. I envy these kids. They have so much at their fingertips now. They can do all types of stuff. But hold on one second, Tyson. Hold on, let me say this. The thing is, you also got to look at is more kids now, and I was talking about this with one of my homeboys today. I think black African American kids. My homeboy's a coach at a high school, and he coached DeMarcus Cousins in high school and stuff. Let me say this. One of the things I look at with the black community is there are so many of us that think our only way is basketball. Right. And I hate that. And so I think it's good that they're going to make sports basketball international because it's going to be a bunch of Africans and a bunch of people from Brazil and all these Latin American countries. And a lot of black kids aren't going to be able to get in and they're going to have to focus on other shit. They need to, because I think we put so much emphasis on making it. Like my son is playing at 6 and I see parents out there already trying to get out the projects, trying to get their kids to save them from they messed up bad decisions they made in life. And I'm like, this kid, you putting all this pressure on this kid at 5, 6 years old.
Here's what I would
already
say about that. I will say this is that sports is across the country is the thing that people use to make it out. So if you can go to the richest community and you look at how much these people pay to teach their kids lacrosse or soccer or softball. Like, I think that for us, we use it to generate money, but most of these other folks use it to generate to pay for school. And I think that that's the transition that's happening right now as well. Because my generation, I feel like was 100% that what you're talking about, right? Is we kind of got a weird thing where I was trying to get to go play pro ball. When I didn't go play pro, I was damn near disappointed. I damn near didn't even want to tell people I went to college to play ball because the goal was pro. But I think that most people from my generation now, guys who I play with who have kids and who are pushing their kids to play sports, are doing it with the intention of you're gonna get your school paid for, and you're gonna get some. I think it's a different shift in this next coming generation than it was prior to.
Hold that thought.
The top kids ain't going to college no more.
Hold that thought.
They're right. The top kids
going overtime.
The brother was just speaking. What's your name again? And this is all in respect. What's your name again?
AB.
Talking about me?
AB. Yeah, AB.
Yeah.
You know, you're actually spitting a lot of facts, and I had to go into my phone from my iPad. But here's the thing. Us brothers, okay, so I'm 50, okay? So I've seen my uncle.
You look good, brother. You look young, bro. I thought you was 35.
Okay, appreciate that, sub. Salute. But at the end of the day, I saw my uncle who got drafted in AA baseball, got drafted in football, what have you. I have a total of 3 uncles that got drafted in some sports, and then my cousins. I have literally 3 cousins right now that play Division I football that have graduated and have used the system. My cousin Spencer Brown, Michigan State University. Look him up. I'm gonna actually try to get an interview with him on Hoops channel or whatever to talk about young brothers getting through the system. He has 2 more years of eligibility. Okay, they're pimping the system, so I get that aspect of it. Here's the problem, in my opinion. I would love to hear your thoughts on this, AB. Guys like Hoop and Sub, we played every sport, or generally speaking. Well, they probably didn't play baseball like I did.
I played baseball,
but
I did.
Okay, so
yeah, me and Will played baseball.
All I did was basketball, like a fool.
Right.
I played soccer too. I played everything.
Well, Sub's from Alabama, so we'll give him a pass.
Honestly, if I'd have played football, I would have probably wound up. I'd have wound up playing with Terrell Owens up there at UT Chattanooga.
Wow, that's crazy. No, but we, our parents didn't have to get y'all asses out the house or whatever. We wanted to be, it was like, damn, we gotta go home. Street lights out at night and shit. But I remember when you said about the drills, I started learning because I was a shorter cat. I was fast, but I didn't have much power on various things or whatever. Like in baseball, I could get on base, I could steal, and Ricky Henderson was my favorite player. Okay. So that was the game that I was trying to play. And I kind of figured this out, even though everybody in my family is bigger than me. They're like, yo, Lil Cuz got a different game. And the OGs was putting me on a different level. But then I'm like, you know what? I'm going to play tennis. And they're like, why are you going to play tennis? Even my family, where it's like we played everything. We embraced playing everything. You going to play tennis? One of the motivations, one, I like the game. But number 2 was it wasn't no brothers in it. And within a year, I became the team's top player. You can Google my government name if you know that or whatever, And I got so good to where I'm like, shit, I'm going to go on the pro circuit. Man, this is what I love about baseball. I'm going to tie this all back in a second. Hear me out. There is things called qualifiers. Man, I went to that qualifying tournament. I got my ass kicked, whooped, just to where it's like, motherfucker, get your short ass the fuck out of here and shit with this bullshit. Okay, and my whole thing was I aced a pro or a guy who ended up, being a pro featured. Yeah, I did serve an ace, but man, the talent level or differential is crazy. But I will say this, and here I'm saying all that to say this, because in my opinion, let me say this, our community, I don't like to consider us as a collective because we're really not, but for the sake of, we only embrace speed, power. That's it. Fuck it. Let me just give this. We don't look at, damn, what's the other nuance? Okay, sub and hoop. You like 6'7" and shit. So you got a good size height and probably had a great ball handle, and you looking at guys. You came up looking at Rod Strickland, who, by the way, served Jordan or whatever, okay? My point is that, man, we don't look at it from a approach of, let me try to outsmart this or out-time this guy. It's not always going to be about powers. Okay, this guy, his tendencies is this. Let me do this. Then when a white boy does that, he just on that white boy shit. Where it's not about the fact that he's a white boy. No, he just outsmarted your dumb ass. But we used to do that because, and I'm going to end on this, we had a whole thing called a Negro League Baseball or whatever, right? Okay, where those white boys, when they were competing against the Negro Leagues in Puerto Rico and such, if you know your history, and in case you don't, real brief, before Major League Baseball banned it, black teams would compete against Major League teams in Puerto Rico, and the black teams would be serving their ass. Mm-hmm. So this whole thing about black men don't play baseball, I don't want to make this about baseball. I'm just using this as an example of black men and our intelligence. No, we have everything. It's just about what do we focus on, okay? And now everyone, and to the brother's point, everyone is at this point, our kids either do 3-point line drills or step back drills or this. Okay, fine. Do all those drills. You still got to know, and hoop and sub can, y'all know this even to more where I can talk about it. There's a difference between when the score is 2-0, 25, 30, then the final, and how the spacing is and all this. Where's those courses? Where's all that little nuance? Oh, okay. You'll only learn that from just playing. And me being a non-basketball player, I can't believe that I can recognize that nuance, but all these other coaches, all these other announcers.
No, you got coaches that do. You got coaches.
No,
you have coaches.
Let me rephrase that. Not coaches. All these other people who talk about the game, whatever, they don't talk about that. And that's okay. And I was gonna say something about Kawhi Leonard, and that's one aspect that he knows very well. He knows how to identify the soft spot, get into the mid range, and all this. Now when he
that's
plays,
because some people you talking about don't know the game. They just know stat sheets. They know analytics. Them people don't know that shit. They don't want to know.
Keep it going. I'm done.
And I'll tell you,
they don't want to know that.
I can tell you this, and
go ahead, AB.
I'll speak from like the perspective in which I was talking about it is like the people who I know who have young kids and are raising them up to be athletes and all of this stuff, right? I think about me and one of my best friends who in college, he's got his 2 sons, younger than my son, but they all play baseball, they play football, they play basketball, they do karate, right? And so for him and for it's intentional because there's different things that you can pick up from all of those different like sports, you know what I mean, and then be able to utilize it. My son he plays tennis, he's played soccer, he does piano, he's in karate now. And I'll tell you this, and to your point about the power and the speed, what I have noticed is me and him, we got the punch it back. I'm telling him, you know what I'm saying, pick your spots. I'm trying to get technical with him. Sidestep, throw the roundhouse kick. You know what I mean? Like, don't just, there is a certain demographic of parent in his karate classes. In the karate that they do, you're not even supposed to hit hard, but all they shout the whole time is power, use your power, power, power. Don't stop. You know what I mean? And I'm listening like, bro, this is not even what we doing in here. Like you supposed to be. And there's a couple kids, my son, there's another couple kids who just be picking people apart. Pop out, pop out, pop. And they be like, damn, the kid be trying to, they walk off crying, they doing all this other stuff. And then you hear somebody else like, we working on toughness and grit, and you can't be. And the reality is you're supposed to be working on technique and the technical aspects of it, and they don't get it. But what I was saying is it's a generational thing. So the kids who that happens to are kids who are brought in there by their grandparents. Now they black grandparents or they black older uncle, or like, you know what I mean? Like the figures in their life who got them in the right position, but they just older folks. All of the kids who come in there with like parents or stuff around my age or a little bit younger, either let the instructors handle the business and teach them like the new techniques, or you can hear them saying, yo, you know what I mean, coaching them up vocally from the outside. So let me add one thing to that, brother. Like this, me being from the South and having been a ball player from Alabama, coming up in football country as a basketball player, seeing how for football, there's all types of stuff you can do, people want to invest in. Basketball, all you had was pickup basketball. And the people, if you go back historically, you go back to the NBA, more of the recruiting for Division I, a lot of that came out of people out of Michigan, New York. Certain states had more basketball players, and the South was not looked at as this basketball powerhouse where you can get a lot of talent. There were always players that would miss basketball in every state, but what changed culturally, we didn't have AAU. In 93, 94, when I was coming out, we didn't have all that. Y'all had AAU, we ain't gonna say y'all, but Michigan had legendary teams.
No, you're right.
What, for example, the BMW, which was an AAU team, it was Leonard Bush, Willie Mitchell, and Carlos Williams. Those 3 guys went on, they were like top 10 players in the country. Those guys, different classes, but those were great players. And then you had all these teams come out. And so these guys were well known. You had people out of Chicago. And you had a guy, Rashard Griffith, out of Chicago. You had out of Philly, you had Simon Gratz. All these guys, I knew about them, and I'm way in Alabama. I knew about Ronnie Fields out of Chicago at Farragut. We knew about those guys.
Ronnie Fields was better than Kevin Garnett.
Yeah, he was.
Yep.
But these guys wound up, they had teams, they had coaches, they had people. It was a business for them. They had people investing in them. We didn't have that. We were just natural talent in the South. And so as now with the advent of the technology, internet, M1 changed everything. For a lot of y'all are younger, don't remember that. M1 changed the game for ball handling for all over the country. Like, it's nothing now to see a guy from a city with 3,000 population and he can handle the ball like Skip to Malou. You know, or out, he can do all that. Back when we were kids, when we saw a guy do that, we just assumed he's from New York. Oh, he doing that New York stuff. You know, and so it was the game, the knowledge of the game. You made a point earlier saying that more people are trying to hustle the game. Well, if you go back statistically, percentage-wise, all the teams were black. 65, 70% of black players were getting free scholarships, getting free education back in my day. You know, it was still black kids in the 90s, early 2000s, still making up the majority of these rosters, still getting the scholarships and the NBA. But the difference was, I think people in other cities, which, you know, you in a major metropolitan area, it was nothing to find a black guy who would actually train you in the game. I could name one guy that did that, and I lived in the gym. I could name one guy that I could go, my parents could go pay to teach me basketball. I only learned by playing in the gym. And guess what? When you play in the gym, you're going to play to win. You're not going to play to work on your left hand. You're not going to play to work on, so you would be behind skill-wise because you're trying to stay on the court because there's a million people in there. So you're just trying to score and put the ball in the hole. And so I do think that they had an advantage up north. New York kids had an advantage. And when I got on the team, when I got to college and I would talk to these guys, like, yeah, man, so-and-so, he used to work with us. I'm like, really? You? How did you do that? Like the boosters, like they had boosters. Hold on, Chris Webber got caught up with a guy that was giving money. These guys, it's nothing for a guy to give money, pay for coaches, and do that.
I can tell you that. So, ask that same question to Hoop because I'm curious of his thoughts.
Well, he from Dallas. See, they probably had that in Dallas.
No,
he's younger than me. He's younger than me too.
I'm from Houston. I'm from Houston.
But you're younger than me. Oh, I'm going to Houston in a couple of weeks. But look, you younger than me, so you probably came up in the AAU era. I didn't have it. We didn't have that.
I didn't. It's before. It was city leagues when we came up.
No, is he right?
This new era is crazy.
Right from Hoop, because y'all the same age or 5-year difference. But what do you think of his perspective on that? I have something, and I will tell you about the guy that was funding Chris Webber. So trust me, because he's my father's friend. But go ahead.
Well, I went into the restroom to start my little thing. What were you saying? What's the crux?
No. Sub-Zero was basically saying that, look, they in the South, he figured this shit out from himself, whereas guys up north.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I got intimate knowledge on this.
No, I was saying we didn't have in the South coming in Alabama in the class of 19. I graduated in '94. We did not have AAU. We didn't have nobody we can pay to teach us the game like they got today.
I got you. Yeah. So that's actually my story. So Will can attest to this too. We didn't play AAU. We played city leagues, right?
Yep.
So it wasn't a big culture thing. It damn near was the year after us. It damn near was like right after us. And I'll give you a story. So our senior year, we played in the Great American Shootout, which is an AAU tournament. We played against a cat named Cartier Martin. He played for the Pistons. He played for the Wizards.
I know that dude.
Yeah. So Cartier went to the same school Brittany Garner went to, which is Nimitz High School, which is our kind of rival in our district. So in that tournament, he played with a team called the Houston Hoops. And they had like all the guys, you know, the second tier elite guys on that team. In that specific tournament, we played with our high school team because none of us were AAU guys. So we took our lumps early in that tournament. We lost I remember this team called Colorado 16s. That whole team was like 6'5". And Bobby Knight watched us play. And that's when we got our ass whooped. And that was our first and second only loss. So we were in that tournament. We started whooping ass. Like we made it to like I think we finished like
semifinals.
Yeah, like fourth place. We finished this tournament fourth place. It's a huge tournament in Texas. It was in Dallas. And we was literally all our high school players. Like we had no imports. We ain't had no merge overs. It was literally everybody who was on our team senior year. So because we just weren't AAU kids. We just didn't have access to that shit. So you're right. I know what you're talking about, Sub-Zero all the way. And people was tripping like, damn, who the fuck is Eisenhower? Like, how the fuck? And literally, that same year, we ended up being number 10 in Texas, ranked. Like, and we went to the game before state tournament. Like, we parlayed that experience into like us having a killer season. I think we were 21-10 that year. And so I say all that to say, and we lost to Cartier in the semifinal game, but our best player didn't play because he was sick.
But us country boys were at a disadvantage. But even being from Alabama, from a small city like Montgomery, compared to Dallas, at least you knew, hey, people from Stephen F. Austin, people from, you got scouted. Who the hell? I ain't had that. We didn't have none of that. We didn't have.
We didn't get scouted.
We didn't have. Look, we'll have a city league. Want one scout walk up in there. You can hit 40, dunk, act a fool. Won't nobody look at you.
Same here, though, bro. Same here, though, bro. Like on some real shit. Four of the 5 starters, we went D1, but it was the unconventional route. We had to. Will walked on the SFA. I walked on the SFA at different times. Dante got a scholarship at NYU. Oh no, what school you went to?
Long
Island University. Jared walked on at Prairie View. So it was unconventional. So on the law, we had 4 starters that went D1, but we had to go the path less traveled. So I get what you're saying. And I'm just saying, like, my personal experience is like, it's crazy what you got to do when you don't have that AAU circuit as your liaison to get to the next level.
Stuff or social media now.
Absolutely, we didn't have social media like that. Yeah,
but see, them kids like Jerry Stackhouse had a name, Simon Gray. It wasn't just high school; it was what they did. AAU was developed up north way before. They had at least a 20-30 year advantage. Because I heard about BMW, I heard about Leonard Bush, Willie Mitchell,
what's the
Carlos.
Famous AAU team out of New York? Shit.
That's what I'm saying. We heard their names. We didn't do that. You only gonna play with your cats in your. You be lucky to get the best cats in your city, let alone the best in your state.
Like you been in Alabama, us been in Houston, like in Texas. Texas is a football state, just like Alabama. So even our high school that we went to was a football school. Like we weren't known for basketball. We had one All-American that come out of that school named Bobby Crawford. That went to play with the Fab Five, like right after the Fab Five. Dude named Bobby Crawford. So Tice, you might know who that is. But that's the only All-American we've ever had out of that school. Everything else has been football. And for us,
I do know who Bobby Crawford is. Continue.
Yeah, so Bobby was the truth. But for us as seniors that year, we turned out school from a football school to a basketball school. And that was damn near impossible during that era. Because 2 years before, my brother and them went to state in football. So just think about that transition of people going to basketball games compared to going to the football games. Our basketball games used to be standing room only.
Mm-hmm.
It was ridiculous. And we were just a bunch of average dudes. We all played together growing up, like in the hood and Acres Home League, like Cliff said, city leagues. That was our shit. Like we didn't, and our coaches were our dads. Like we didn't have, like you said, Sub-Zero, we didn't have trainers coming in. Like every single one of our coaches was our dads.
I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Like, what if you had the stuff that these kids have now? Like you got YouTube, I'm watching white boys jumping up to the top of the backboard, and I'm like, come on, man. I'm not trying to be funny. Most white boys, they're doing all that shit, and it's like, no way these white boys, that's natural genetics. No way.
It's not. They're not built like that.
Yeah.
Like a brother, I've seen plenty of brothers do that. But the fact that I've seen a white boy go up and hit 50 inches off the ground, like I can send y'all the video. I'm like, okay, he did a bunch of drills. He worked his way there, which I'm not tripping about. You know what I'm saying? Like we just got to be better than just leaping now. We got to bring more than just athleticism. I don't think even with all this stuff they learning, they still as athletic and explosive and know how to use it like we do. Like I do think they can jump, but you can count the times you've seen Bobby Sura take off on somebody. Whereas you might see you can see Robert Pack or Kevin Johnson. They were known that they'll get your ass slipping.
Robert Pack had bounce.
That's what I'm saying. But you will look at these guys and you'll be like, these white kids, they're working at it, but it's not naturally like part. If it's part of you,
I see what you're saying. No.
Yeah, but
by the way, shout out to your references and to my boy Robert Pack. But yeah, go ahead, Will.
I was gonna say you got to take a lot of stuff you see on the internet with a grain of salt, because you know what I'm saying, the two white kids out of 1 million who got hops going trend. You know what I mean? So it ain't like they done.
Yeah, you gonna see Jordan Kilgannon. Jordan Kilgannon is rare. Yeah, he is.
Exactly.
But let's not act like it's the white boys ain't watching these videos, doing these drills. It's nothing to see a white boy. Like a good example, Matt McClung worked his way up to where he is. He's just he's a gym rat. If you study him, he's a hardworking. His dad played football at Virginia. He just worked his way up.
Yeah.
And the boy can jump, but he's more of a skilled guy though. He's a skilled guy. I mean, he might mess around and make Golden State.
You want to know something I was thinking about when y'all was talking about the trainers or lack thereof of the previous generation? Is I remember the only thing that we had was strength shoes. Like everybody needed some strength shoes to get you right if you was trying to get your hops together, and then maybe some video that you found to go with it to do the workouts, whatever. But everybody I know was dying to get strength shoes.
You know what? There was something that was terrible.
They were.
You know what's a weird story for me? Like I train kids and they ask me like, man, coach, how do you do such and such? And I really tell them like, man, you got to use your imagination when you playing basketball. And they can't understand it. I was like, man, literally like how I learned how to dribble was I was like avoiding dribbling on the cracks in the concrete, dribbling in the hood. And it's crazy is because Cliff asked me like 9th or 10th grade, was like, man, how do you
dribble past people?
Yeah. And I asked Cliff, I was a fat, slow dude, not athletic at all, but I just had the ability to dribble. And I learned that from like just avoiding the crack or doing a spin move past a car, like type shit. And these kids really like can't fathom not being in the gym doing a drill.
Man, imagine if you'd have had YouTube like that. I'm thinking, bro, if I'd have had YouTube, my God, I'd have been ridiculous.
For real though. Hey,
how can you not hit a jump shot and you got YouTube breaking down every move Steph Curry makes? You got YouTube breaking down every jump shot. You got YouTube how to dribble, how to play D, how to pass, how to not turn the ball over. You could type up any search and there's a coach breaking down blow by blow everything you need to learn the game. That Better Basketball is on YouTube. The whole series, I bought it. Better Basketball, I paid for that whole series. That whole thing is on YouTube for free. You ain't got to do nothing but just have a cell phone, and you can watch and learn the game.
I'm gonna keep it real. I learned everything I learned damn near through osmosis. And like Will said, I asked him like, bro, how do you dribble past people? He couldn't really tell me. I learned how to be athletic out of nowhere because Will tell you, I walked in high school 5'8". No hops. No hops, bro. I walked out of high school 6'6", jumping out the gym, and I still got chicken legs to this day. Them fucking jump stole, what you should call again?
Straight shoes, jump soles.
I still got them in my mama's house. I saw them when I went back home. Them shit still sitting there. They ain't give me no definition. They just made me feel like a dumbass walking through school with them on, think I'm cool.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I did the weight room every day, 5 days a week. I did. I was obsessive. I was excessive. I was addicted. I could not go a day without hitting the weight room, and I wouldn't hit no upper body. It was all legs.
I was that nigga avoiding the shit, and Will notice. I was a nigga avoiding everything in the weight room. Now I would do the leg press. I ain't do shit else, and coach used to always get on me about that shit. In college, coach used to get on me about that shit. I just was an anomaly, man. Like, if I, like to your point, if I had access to shit where it could have specialized me or like just focused me on something, who knows where I would have went. But it just came to me like just, I don't know, like by osmosis.
But can I be honest though? Most of the cats you see that were more skilled than you or me, they came up in those environments. A guy coming out of New York back in my day was gonna be more skilled than a guy coming out of Montgomery, Alabama. And it wasn't. They both could be good players. Both could shoot. You know, maybe the Southern guy gonna be more of an athlete. We tend to be from the South, but that guy from New York, he gonna be a better ball handler.
Thanks.
He gonna probably be used to. That's just these were just. It's not like that now, but it used to be. Back in the day, better ball handlers came out of up north.
Yeah,
we couldn't help. We were like, if you 6'3", they'll throw your ass at center in Alabama. Mm-hmm. You can jump. Oh shit, your ass playing center.
We used to have a coach talking about wiping your nuts with the ball.
Shout out to Coach Smith, man. Rest in peace.
Coach Smith, and that was his phrase. Like basically, I don't want to see you wiping your nuts with the ball.
Yeah.
And we had a dude Cliff, you remember that dude Tristan that was from New York that lived in North Portland? He could handle the hell out of
Yeah,
the
I
ball.
remember him. He's calling N1.
In the real game, oh my God, he was god off.
Terrible.
But these guys, I'm saying, we had guys come from up north, and they would admire our athleticism. Now, one thing we didn't lack is athleticism, but what we lacked was ball handling. We could shoot now, but I'm gonna tell you, we weren't like, when I say we weren't ball handling, we could. You weren't like just stiff. Like you could create space, triple threat, get your shot off like that. I could do that easy. But you talking about run up through traps. Certain point guards, the good point guards can dribble and you're not supposed to. But in traffic, when you run up the court, they could dribble through traps. They could freeze guys and throw the ball. They knew how to get through that stuff. And that was something that if you played in the 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade playing point guard, you could do that. But if you've been playing power forward, then you get to 12th grade, now they like, all right, get the ball and run up. That guy gonna be scared. He gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna turn it over. They gonna get it. And so I think New York guys, because y'all had people making y'all dribble with tennis balls, y'all had people. I didn't see that till I got to college. I didn't see none of this stuff till I got to college. I played JUCO.
It just was like,
I had a New York coach. And he told me, son, with all that athleticism, you get a bunch of dumb people. You got a quick first step. You just got to learn how to create, and he taught me how to protect the ball, not turn it over, and do what I could do. But I wasn't a point guard. I'm telling the truth, I was not a point guard. But I was 6'2", so I should have been.
hey,
You know what I'm saying? Which is why I was at Tuskegee. I'm going to tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? I was at
here's the
Tuskegee.
irony, though. Here's the irony. I had Dane Irvin, who was a scout for the Phoenix Suns, on my channel 2 days ago, right? He was saying that him being a scout for the Phoenix Suns, what the Phoenix Suns want is dudes with a dumbed down game. They want dudes who can catch in the corner, jab, get to the rim, or shoot the three. And he's from New York. He played at Texas State University. He played at Hampton. So it's just funny that, like, even a New York cat can admit now, Dane is in his mid-40s now, early 40s rather, admit that the simple game is the better game. But I'm sure you asked him when he was in college, it was that flashy shit. And also, to your point, I coached AAU with Rafer Austin, Skip to my Lou. And I watched Skip teach, like, after lessons, after practice. Man, the shit, again, these kids had access to Skip to my fucking Lou. This was like 2013. The way he would teach dribbling combos and coming off little sets and like coming off, like rubbing off a screen, it was innumerable. Like it was blowing my mind. I was like, damn, I get to watch this dude teach these 18, 16-year-olds, right? But to put it all back, in our era, who would do that for us?
Dude, that's what Kenny Anderson had coming out of, I think he's from Staten Island or something. They said Kenny Anderson, I don't know where he's from, but I know a guy that went to school with him. He was like, his brothers would make him drill. He drilled to death. Him and Stephon. When Stephon came up, it was drill. It's a culture. I respect New York because I understand that, and that's why it's easy to catch a guy from New York that can handle the ball with the best, because they would drill. It was a little too flashy a lot of times.
From the Bronx. He's actually from the Bronx, and I watched his documentary. But
yeah. Because what's the name? That's where he from too. He from the Bronx. He was telling me how his brothers, they would drill him to sleep. Like that's all he did. And so that's what made Sebastian Telfair. He came out because his older brothers, they taught him the game. The guys I knew from Alabama that were real good, there's a guy by the name of Brian Williams that played for Alabama. Brian Williams was, he could do all that New York stuff, but he had brothers that played college basketball. And his parents invested money in him when he was in junior high and 7th grade and 6th in elementary to go to these like 5-star. He would go to camp in New York. He would go up north in the summer. And he had an advantage on all this. And he could do stuff he knew how to speed dribble before I knew what it was. Like a rebounder come off, Brian to get the ball and take 3 dribbles and lay the ball up on the other end of the court. But you couldn't steal it from him. You could not rob him. That motherfucker handled that ball. And he was not as athletic, but that motherfucker, he wound up, I think he's a top 10 player in this class, top 20 at least. I mean, he was supposed to went to the NBA. I mean, he just, he got exposed in college, but he would have really, I think he still averaged 12 points as a freshman. But this guy was like, he was Mr. Basketball in Alabama 6A for class of 95. And I'm telling you, that cat was amazing. But the thing is, he had older brothers. He had people that taught him the game. And now, with the advent of the internet and all these different coaches, and you got video series, and now if your kid is not good, they just don't want it because it's everywhere now. And so that's what the brother was saying. AB was saying, these kids have, when you see that now, you do see that more spread out. It used to be concentrated with my class. It's not that we didn't drill, we didn't have it. And so if we made it, it was just straight raw talent. But in my class, what you see now was in New York, it was in Michigan, it was in major areas where they had, and these kids still had that. And so that's why you saw more guys from New York, more guys from Michigan in the NBA, more guys from those areas. Whereas now it's spread out. You might see a guy from Iowa, and his ass would be a damn lottery pick. Whereas back in our day, it wasn't like that. You know what I'm saying?
Motherfucker from goddamn Lafayette. Where you still get that skill set internationally. And let me say this, man. Where else y'all getting this kind of hoop discussion? Man, y'all hit that like button, man. Y'all hit the super chat. Y'all hit the cash out. Listen, man, we giving y'all this game, and people staying up late. We got lives, we got responsibilities, but we giving y'all like a genuine conversation amongst former athletes. Sir Tice being a boxer, me and Sub being a basketball player. You got DAB, the hero in the building, former D1 hooper, big baller brand insider. Who else giving you to you like this, man? I'm just saying.
Yeah, basketball is something that I feel like at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell you a sport I actually respect is football. And the reason I respect football is because I honestly believe if you put the work in football, it'll reward you better than basketball. You could get a slot. There are more slots on a Division I football team than there are in a Division I basketball team. You could be cold in the motherfucker. You wind up being the manager at a D1 school. If you 6'2", your ass is the manager, and the dude that's 6'9", you might shit on him, but he on the team because he's 6'9", you ain't. And so you have to.
I was gonna ask you to spit this, but just very briefly, my little cousin, funny, he's 6'7", but he's my little cousin, whatever. Yeah, joke. Anyways, he was a defensive end in high school, but what they're doing now with these guys is they're converting them to guards on the offensive line because guess what? Who's going to guard these defensive ends? Unless it's a guy, but he was like, man, I had to learn how to go backwards. I've been going forward my whole life or whatever, And the point is that these younger guys, it's like, okay, we have this option, and he's like, he's like, you know what? I was sometime playing this in high school just to be able to figure it out, and lo and behold, this is my path to the NFL. I mean, this is his words, not mine. And I'm like, wow. Here these guys are, they have the knowledge, they can pull up a bunch of videos of, let me think, a right-handed quarterback. Yeah, a right-handed quarterback, his guard is left guard or whatever as far as, the threat. And think about it from this perspective that those guys from previous eras, they're just doing it, They don't have videos to look up like, oh, let me look at this person, that person. So it's almost like a bare minimum cheat code.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I think football is the sport that, you know, if you work on certain things, it rewards hard work, man. I mean, and it's not about being 6'10", 6'11". You could be, look, if you 6'1",
exactly, and that's the
point. You could be 5'10", but if your ass is you got I had all the athleticism and that's why I probably should have played football, because
as much as we
I had it, bro.
As much as we hate Antonio Brown, that dude is incredibly talented. Okay, I mean, real talk. His route running is just like, damn, super precise.
I saw this when he was young. There's a old video with Chad Ochocinco and him and all these guys doing foot drills. And Chad was still in Cincinnati. This is a long time ago. And bro, I think he was like a rookie. I think he came out of Central Florida or something.
Central Michigan.
Southern Florida. Well, okay, one of them.
Michigan. Yeah,
but he was. I was like, this cat. Who is that cat? They was down there in Miami. They was doing drills, and his footwork was quick, accurate. Right. I was like, this cat is like.
And by the way, that dude is like 5'10" tops.
That's what I'm saying. A guy 5'10" in basketball, you working at a factory, bro. I don't give a damn. And I've seen some of the nastiest. Listen, I have seen some of the nastiest, like, dudes that either sell dope or the only problem was they could play, but they were 5'11", 6 feet. No. But I'm talking about come from the free throw. I'm dead serious. You play with them, they will dunk on your ass. They could do it all. And just the coach, no college coach would look at this guy and take him serious. I ain't gonna say no college coach, but you know, a lot of kids, if they not on TV, they don't want to play. So yeah, he could have went to like a little small mid-major or something. But they, you know, these kids want to play big school. They want to be at Alabama or Auburn. And if you're not 6'3" or on up, they're not gonna look at you a lot of times. And I know that's not the norm. Yeah, you might see that 5'11" point guard, but he's a damn near freak of nature as a ball player. Usually, guys that are short in basketball, whereas football, you got the goods, put him out there. Running back, wide receiver, put him out there. It don't matter. If you got the goods, you got. Now, of course, you can't play center or something. It depends on size. It's not for every position, but even quarterback to a certain degree. I mean, I ain't saying being 5'10" quarterback is gonna be good, but shit. Even Russ, you can make it in football.
Wilson's 5'10".
That's what I'm saying. Russell Wilson's he's a different guy, but even still, you got those one-off situations where if you're good in college, you might can still sneak in a third, fourth round in the NFL because there's so many rounds, there's so many positions, or they might try you at fullback or something like Denard Robinson, right? They pulled the Denard Robinson with him going to Jacksonville. I think, is he still in the league?
I don't think so.
No. But even still, that's what I'm saying. Like Denard Robinson didn't even really. They kind of switched him up at Michigan. He went to the league and had a decent career. He played a couple of years in the NFL. You don't see that, man. It reward. Like if you show up at that combine and you can rep, you got the 40, you can do the shell drills, you can do all the little drills. I seen a dude play second string behind AJ Green at this dude didn't have like 2 or 3 touchdowns his whole time at Georgia. His ass got drafted 4th round. Yep. When AJ Green came out, because he had the tangibles. He had all the stuff that they're looking for, and they'll, basketball, if you ain't first round, you pretty much going overseas.
Yeah. I know a dude who played at Mercer basketball. He was that dude who dunked and he took them pom-poms, did that little T.O. cheer, like it's like the I know him. So he did that, he had a dunk contest, right? He never played football in his life. He got picked up by the Denver Broncos in free agency. He had like a 4-year NFL career. Now he didn't really get on the field like that, but yeah, like it's crazy how you still can, if you got the tangibles like you just said. Yeah, where you still can.
Bro, I almost ran for the Bears, man. They was at Tuskegee, and the Chicago Bears came in there, and I was out there, and I was playing around. And Scott was like, "Bro, you got the size on you. What you play?" And they walked up, started talking to them like, shit, I probably should have played. I should have played football. Shit, they don't tell it, you know.
I'll play whatever y'all looking for.
Whenever I was in JUCO, so I went to JUCO out of Independence, and then I like went back and worked there for a little bit. And I was trying. There was you know how them JUCOs is. They bring in a ton of folks. Like you'll make the team, you red shirt, and you're doing all of this stuff. And there was so many of them basketball kids who 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", who wasn't going to actually be able to play basketball. And I kept being like, bro, all you got to do is go line up at wide receiver. And one of them scouts going to see you and be like, yo, that's a big ass receiver. Can he run? You know what I mean? You just got to catch the ball one time and you go on D1. You know what I mean? And I think what it is it's in football, you don't have to play both ways. You know what I mean? Like we don't need you to play defense and offense. We just need you to be you run fast and you jump high. So when we get to the goal line, we're gonna put you in, we're gonna throw the ball up there, you go jump up over everybody and get it and catch a touchdown. You know what I mean? There's not much equivalence to that in basketball. You got to be able to catch the lob, you got to pick roll, you know what I mean, on the defensive end. It's just so much where football, you could be a multi-millionaire just from being the dude they throw it up to on the goal line or the guy they hand it off to on goal line. You know what I mean? Bro,
football, that's what I'm saying. Football is a sport. If I could choose it over, I would have chose, because I know with my work ethic, like I love working out. I love doing drills. I had a work ethic, and I believe in, like, you know, I wouldn't have gave up, and I would have walked on at Auburn or something. I would have fucked around and made it.
Yeah.
Like I would think about it, that's when Tommy Tuberville was there. So I'd have been on them Cadillac wheels. I probably would have been right there on that team, playing wide receiver with them boys. Mm-hmm. That would have been, you know, I don't know if I was that good, but I'm just saying, like, that's around my era. Like I was in college around Jason Campbell, around that time. I would have been right there. So I'm just saying, a lot of guys, I think a lot of times we sell ourselves short chasing behind basketball, which is, I was guilty of that. And it, you know, football seems to be an easier sport to get into, or even baseball. Baseball's another one where if you can show enough talent by the 10th, 12th grade, you could get you might get your little farm team job, or you know, you ain't gonna make a lot of money, but and you know, as you get older, when you're 26, you keep working, you might get AA, where you can make, you know, maybe 100,000, a couple of, you know, that's good money for, you know, and for to do a damn sport. You can play that shit till you 45. I mean, why? You know, I think other sports like baseball and football, these are sports. I know black people play football, but you know, I'm just saying, like, it's just certain things I look at now as I'm thinking back over my life. 6'1", if you ain't freaking Michael Jordan, and even at 6'1", if you Michael Jordan, I seen some cats that was on that jumped just like Michael Jordan. They could play, could shoot, could dribble. You go to a college and they got a guy in front of you who the coach like. That's it. Yeah. It's over. It's not football. AJ Green got all the playing time at Georgia. Some guy got 3 touchdowns. I forget his name. You can go look it up in the draft. This guy went 4th round. Third round, I think you get $100,000. So this guy got a $100,000 check. You probably fucked around, made the team. Your 3rd round, you probably made the roster. I mean, that's good money, bro. I mean, you know, they say you play 3 years, 4 years, and you out. It's 1 million NFL players in Atlanta that done played in the NFL. They're everywhere. You know, it's to me, I think football. You know, if I had to go back to it, I chose the wrong sport. I did. I chose, and I love basketball, but I chose the wrong sport for my skill set and my size and my ability. But I ain't have nobody to tell me, you know, this is what you should do. Just like that cat that moved up. What's his name? The guy that moved up and went to Memphis this year and got exposed. The little young kid, the little skinny kid. What's his name?
Who?
The kid that got moved up and went played for Memphis this year, then went and he got messed. He was supposed to be coming out of high school this year, but he moved up and went to Memphis early and reclassified, and then he got exposed.
Imani Bates? Yeah.
That I think he made a mistake. Like he should have stayed. Another example, the guy Seventh Woods from
I was just looking him up.
Seventh Woods was just a freakish dude, how in the hell do you mess that up? This dude, he couldn't do nothing but jump. And I'm watching this game and I'm like, no, this dude could do way more than jump.
Yeah, he was a dog.
That dude was nice. I'm like, don't tell me that this cat he couldn't dribble. Like, no, I'm watching him.
I'll be honest.
I watched a video of him training, and he had a trainer, and he was going hard. Yeah, he could dribble. They worked on his game a lot. You know what I mean? He
could shoot. He messed up. Dribble.
He just went to UNC, and like you're saying, in football, you could be the second, third best guy at a position and still they still gonna have a 3 receiver package out there. So even if you ain't AJ Green, you still can mess around and get 3 touchdowns. You get them versus the right team. That's all you need. If in basketball, if they got 2 guards who that deal in front of you, you might not sniff the court, and that's drastic.
And then that's the thing. And if and with basketball, it's like if you not 18 years, once you pass 18, you're a senior citizen. So you get there, you're 17. You play the next year, you're 18. If you're 19 and you ain't, they looking at you like, okay, he ain't gonna be nothing. Like, damn. Then he went to South Carolina, rode the bench there. He lost his confidence. Now he at Hampton. He went to Hampton this year. It was struggling. And I was like, how you go from like Mr. Everything in the world at like 15 years old to struggling at Hampton?
Yeah. It's crazy you brought him up.
What? Because I'm thinking to myself, exactly. I'm thinking to myself, there could have been a college when he was coming out of high school that would have been like, hey, thank you for coming here. Do whatever you want to do on the court. But he went to the wrong school.
What's the other cat who was he got drafted by the Knicks? They was in the same class. He ended up Seventh Woods went to North Carolina. This other dude went to NC State, I believe it was.
Oh, you talking about old boy, Dennis Smith Jr.
Dennis Smith Jr. Yeah. So NC State, now that's a solid school, but it ain't UNC. You know what I mean? He went there. They said, "Bro, here go the keys to the castle." Exactly. And that's what Seven Woods should have went. He should have just went to a school where they was like, "Bro, here go the keys. You the guy." And he was probably
North Carolina. They looking at you like, dude. So we got 3 other guys coming next year, gonna do the same thing.
Yeah.
And then now you lost confidence. And then now you going to South Carolina, which you probably should have went as a rookie, as a freshman.
Facts.
So now you coming in as a junior, or his senior year he came, something like that. His junior year he came. I think he got hurt. And you got to learn the offense. You got other players in there. And me having been a guy who transferred my senior year of high school, I know how it is coming in. These players don't want you there. You weren't there from the beginning. It's very hard to come in like that. You come in as a freshman, but if you coming in with a lot of hype, like that video, that one where he was dunking on motherfucker, everybody was looking, oh, you know. So that was it. He probably should have went somewhere where they'd have had an orgasm if he signed there. And then he would have been able to say what?
I'm be honest. I never liked him. When he came out, I was a school teacher at the time, and my kids loved Seven Woods. And I remember they was like, "Man, Seven Woods is true." Blah blah blah. I was like, "No." And the reason why I didn't like him is because he was too many dribbles to get to the cup kind of guy, and I didn't see a lot of point guard skills. And I think that was a great comparison with Dennis Smith Jr. because very similar all the way around. Just Dennis Smith Jr. was a better point guard overall.
Well, he was more efficient. Did you see?
Yeah, better point guard overall.
Yeah, he'll jab you one dribble dunk. He wasn't playing with your ass.
Yeah, but very similar in skill though. Like if you close your eyes, you probably for a novice you wouldn't tell who was who. But
yeah.
I knew Seventh wouldn't be that good. I didn't think he would fall off this hard. I'll be frank with you. I didn't think he would fall off this goddamn hard. But it don't surprise me either. So I gotta say I was early on this ship, and I ain't trying to shit on the kid because I want all of these kids to make it. But like, god damn.
I mean, he was a little. To me, Seventh. Put it like this: too many dribbles can be fixed. I think that's when you go to college. When you in high school playing against a bunch of white boys, yeah, he gonna have his fun. He putting a little hot sauce on it. But when he go to college, a good coaching would have probably fixed that. I would have probably said, look, son, you super athletic. Jab, 2 dribbles, finish. That's it. You either gonna lay it up or dunk or get to the free throw. That's it. You don't need to do all that, because the more you dribble, the more risk there is, the more they can take it. Yeah. That would have fit his game. Now, as his point guard skills, you own this some. I think he was a scorer. That's really what I think hurt him. He's a scorer and he ain't but 6'1".
Yeah.
So a 6'1" scorer, now you got to be in a special system designed for you to be the point guard.
Or a special
where
talent.
it's all about, because if you're on a team and you got 4 or 5 All-Americans that are top 20 players, they not gonna let you. In North Carolina was just that. Whereas had he went, like you say, went to like, he didn't have to be NC State. He could have went somewhere like Virginia.
Well, look what Colin Sexton. How tall is Colin Sexton?
He about 6'1", but he went to Alabama.
But that's what I'm saying. He could have, great choice. Colin Sexton could have he could have messed around and went to Duke somewhere and been in a 7th Woods. He went to Alabama and they had one in the game where it was him and 2 other dudes versus 5.
Nah, he locked up Trae Young. He went up on Trae Young and locked him up. I remember that. Yeah.
And so that's the move, man.
And Colin Sexton from Georgia. He from Atlanta.
Yeah. I used to tell people this all the time, man. And you made me think of it. I coached some like football a while back. And one of the things that I kept telling kids is like, it's the difference between you going like pro or the difference between you going high D1, low D1 is sometimes, like y'all was saying, it's do it take you 2 dribbles to get to the hoop or do it take you 3? You know what I mean? Are you throwing your left hand at the line of scrimmage or you throwing the right hand? You know what I mean? You lose it. It's just like sometimes it is seems like a small thing to the average person. Like you saying, the difference between a 7th Woods and my Dennis Smith Jr. is the average person can't see it, but to a trained eye, it matter. You know what I mean? And I feel like that you pointing that out with that, you know, is. So,
but I look at him and I've seen people now that they cherry pick and say, well, he wasn't that good. I mean, he was just athletic and could jump. I'm like, that's easy for you to say. But I look deeper into it than say, okay, take away the dunking and look at the mixtape. The boy could do. He had body control. I mean, he could. I know people don't look at this as a skill. Body control in midair takes skill, bro. The stuff that you see Zion doing when he lay the ball up, but he able to finish around the rim, that's a skill. But he could do that. He could dribble both ways. He was explosive off the dribble, which is it's one thing to be explosive flat-footed like I was. It's another thing you dribbling and then you just explode. That's different. He had that. That cat could shoot. I just think he was a scorer, man.
He was, but I'll say this:
you being 6'1", no, they're not gonna give you that at North Carolina. They just wasn't gonna give him that.
I could, you know what I mean. If folks, like you're saying, there are certain people who go back and pick his game apart now. I don't care how much a game you pick apart. Nobody could have predicted that he would be in this situation. You know what I mean? Like you might have said he might not shouldn't have been the #1 player in the country, or he should have been top 25. But by now he should be at least somewhere in the summer league. You know, we should be seeing him in the G League. He should be just like that guy right now that's coming out his senior year. That's in the top 20. I forget his name. The kid that can jump out the gym. What's his name? I know you're talking about. They compare him to John from Purdue.
Yeah, because he got mad at your boy. At what's the name, son? He #1. What's the kid that's #1 this year for basketball? Out of Maryland. His dad was like, y'all know him, man. Anyway, the kid, I forget his name, but he's like Instagram celebrity. He's a millionaire now. That's what
Mikey Williams?
Yeah, Mikey Williams. He's a millionaire. Mikey Williams, if Seven Woods was coming out about 5 years later. Like if he was coming out this year, that's another thing. He probably was just in the wrong class. Like you gotta look at it like what class, certain classes are weaker than others. And so you coming out in certain classes, because I look at that cat, I'm like, man, it ain't no way he couldn't have at least went somewhere in a college and got, you know, he could have got about 15, 20 points a game in college. I just don't see no reason why he couldn't. I'm just the way he was playing. I just think it's all about confidence. I'm gonna tell you how I know this because I'm a living witness to that. I remember my coach when I was in JUCO. My coach told me we got on the phone with Texas Arlington, and they was gonna try to get me to sign with Texas Arlington out of Dallas, right? And I got on the phone with the coach, and he was telling me he gonna come see me, and he gonna try to get me signed and all that. And so I felt so good because for me, I had rode the bench in high school and all that. So for me, just to even be considered in that position. I mean, my coach came to me like the next week. He's like, ever since we had that phone call, you've been playing different. I said, what you mean, coach? He's like, you playing with more confidence. Your ball handling is better. Your shots better. It's like your confidence picked up because I said, yeah, I guess I needed to believe that somebody believed in me and had confidence in me and said I was good enough to play on a certain level. And then I believed it. And once you believe something, confidence, bro, your game, your ball handling. He told me, he said, man, your ball handling picked up. Your shot, I mean, you even going through the lane trying to dunk on people way more often than you usually do. You taking more risk when you playing harder. You snagging rebounds, you blocking, you doing it all. You know, but it's cause of confidence. And that confidence is amazing, bro. If you got confidence, you can play with somebody that's way out your talent level. But if you confident, you can step on that court and hold your own.
Hey, I'm gonna introduce DJ up to the stage, man. DJ, what's up, bro?
Just cooling, man. Cooling. Listen to some great basketball talk. Man, you brothers are spitting, man. I see your AB. What's good, everybody?
DJ in the building. What's up, man? What's up? I ain't talked to DJ in a minute, man. We ain't been on the panel in a while, man. Good to hear you.
Thank you, bro, man. You always welcome.
I gotta say, man, DJ the person that brought me to YouTube, man. So, man, DJ always got carte blanche over here, man. Go ahead.
No doubt. So the topic's about Westbrook, correct?
It started that way.
Yeah, y'all get it, man. I'm out, bro. God bless y'all, man. Y'all have a good night, man. I'll see y'all. All
right. Yep.
All right.
Great conversation, sir.
Yeah, let's bring it back, then. Let's talk about Westbrook, bro. What you got?
Yeah, man. A lot of people may disagree with me, but I think it's best for both parties if Westbrook does his own thing, Lakers do their own thing. It's just not a fit. And hoop jargon, I got to give you credit, man. You called it, man.
Thank you, sir.
You called it because everybody, including myself, was saying, hey, man, let's give him a chance. Let him see. Let's see how he does. And now we see the truth that it just he's not gonna change at all, and he knows that. So the Lakers, y'all got to do what y'all got to do. Now, who? We had conversations about this. You told me before that you want the Lakers to start over full.
Start over?
Yeah, but didn't you tell me that you want the Lakers to have more of a youth movement?
Hell yeah. I want them to blow this shit up. In my opinion, this is a thing going nowhere real fast. And all we're doing is just trying to buy time for LeBron, in my opinion. So I want to blow this shit up. I don't need to see. You know what? One of my favorite movies is Friday After Next. And I don't need to watch it again to think that different results gonna happen. I know how the movie's gonna end. I know how it's gonna start. I know how the middle is. I know everything. So with Russell Westbrook, it's a movie I've seen already before. So same shit. And DJ, did you see what I reported earlier? Was that Russell Westbrook? He fired his agent.
Yeah, I saw that the other day on the article.
Yeah.
And when I seen that shit, man, I was laughing. I was like, man, come on, man. What was it? I mean, this is an agent that's been with him through thick and thin.
Facts.
And you gonna fire him because of the pressure and the media saying that they're throwing jabs and things ain't going your way, you're in trade rumors, man. It's just the reality of hoops.
Well, the problem is Russell Westbrook still think he's who he was 4 years ago.
Right.
And it's called, hubris. Is when you don't have enough humility to understand where you are, and you have a more myopic reading. Oh,
no, the words out.
No.
I didn't say.
Hey, this vocabulary has been sponsored by Jack Daniels.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, hoop jargon, man. I'm with AB on this one, man. I got a little wine right now. I don't know. Don't use those damn words, man. I ain't gonna know what it means.
hey, this vocabulary has been brought to you by Jack Daniels. That's the news of this show today. But now, in all seriousness, when you think so highly of yourself, you see yourself in tunnel vision, which a lot of people do. A lot of great people tend to do this. So I'm not trying to shit on the brother, but people who are cognizant of this, they tend to self-correct. And Russell Westbrook has shown that is definitely not part of his skill set. So you have situations like this where basically the person who is basically telling you no, you're still trying to treat him like a yes man, and is leading to you further going down and down. It reminds me kind of your boy AB, not AB the hero, Antonio Brown. So he's kind of ebbing towards that type of cycle, man, because he sees himself so highly. Again, every man you should view yourself highly, but you got to kind of see the forest and the trees. And I think he's kind of at that little stopgate point right now where you think he's better than what he is, and now he's kind of seeing the market is like, no, the market's calling you Westbrook now. The market is openly disrespecting you, and the market is saying that, hey, you're untradeable at this point with your salary. And I think he's trying to find a way to. He's trying to find justification to still think he's the shit. And I think he's slowly kind of backing into corner after corner. And what happens is, when you back a wild animal in the corner, they attack. So one of the people who's most loyal to him, he attacked on him when he just I'm sure he was just keeping it real with him of what he should do.
Bro, I think the Russell Westbrook situation is interesting to me because I remember many moons ago where I, like a lot of people, thought Chris Paul's value was done. Like he was in one of them huge contracts like Russell Westbrook. Where was he? In Houston. Yep. They sent him to they got the trade for Russ to go to OKC. And most people thought that, you know what, that's where Chris Paul gonna go to end his career. Like it's over for him. Like he got that big nobody want him for that amount of money. It's over. Like, yo, wrap it up, Chris Paul, you done. And he got to that team, not no real other stars with him, and they just balled, and his value came back. Mm-hmm. And then you see him, the son say, you know what, man, actually, bro, come over here. Mm-hmm. And he was able to show his value some more. And I think that the conversation around Chris Paul now versus the conversation around Chris Paul 4 years ago is completely different. And because of that is the only reason why I am reserving jumping out the window and being myopic and anti-cyanopic, whatever that was you said earlier about Russ, because I think he in a bad situation. I think I don't know if he he can't be that bad, right? The highlights and the way that they talked about him, like there's got to be a situation for him in the NBA where what he was doing as far as getting stats and being that guy, he could be that guy somewhere else. You know what I mean? I feel like, at least.
AB. So here's why I say no. This is Russell Westbrook defensive output, right there with LeBron James, right? So this is just reality. Like, this is not conjecture. Like I always lead in. The difference between him and Chris Paul is a true point guard. So, meaning there's life after death, per se. Russell Westbrook is a two-guard masquerading as a point guard. And it's very hard to break that cycle, and this all you've been your whole life. And let's go back to what I said earlier in the stream. He's been a shooting guard his whole life up into the NBA. He just started being a point guard in the NBA. And we saw the way he played it. Point guard is not very effective. Now, it's effective in a statistical accumulation standpoint, yeah. We all can see that, you know. But as far as winning, as far as nuance, no, absolutely not. So with being 34 years old, it's not going to change, in my opinion. But, I mean, if you want to hold out on that theory, that's cool. I'm just telling you with full confidence, no.
And I mean, I could not in full confidence disagree with you at all. You know what I mean? So I won't even do that. I'm hoping that, and I guess here's my point too, is that I don't think that, I feel like what Chris Paul also did was create a space where he looks like a winner again, right? Where he took a team and they went deep into the playoffs, and he looks like you can put him on your team and they're gonna win. I think that when I see Russell Westbrook and what his value actually is for a team is, we can go get him. He'll give us some highlights. He'll pad the stats, and we'll win some games. We won't be terrible with Russ as our focal point, but we're not going to be like, we're not challenging for a championship with Russ. And I think like he got some more years of that in him, which is like why they gave him the big contract that he has right now, because nobody gave him that contract thinking like, hey man, Russ going to win us a championship. They gave him that contract thinking Russ is going to be the guy who going to put people in the seats. He going to maybe get a bunch of triple doubles, be an exciting player. And so I think that like if they to get their money's worth out of him, I think he can still do whatever he came into the league to do.
I agree.
Yo, AB, I gotta ask you, Cooper, if you want to answer this.
Go ahead.
Well, go ahead. What if there was a scenario to get Russell Westbrook out of the books because they made a trade with Brooklyn to get Kyrie through draft picks, etc. Of course, right? What if they traded him to the Hornets? Do you think that would be a good idea for the Hornets, or a lose-lose situation?
I think it's a lose-lose. I think if the Hornets is like, you know what, we got LaMelo, he got a wild fan base, we're gonna bring Russ in, we're gonna make this a soap opera, and at least we're gonna be the most talked about team in the NBA next season, I say go ahead and bring Russ. If they say, you know what, we got to deal with HBO, we're gonna do a reality show inside the season, and we want it to be as chaotic and as crazy as possible, bring Russ in. If they thinking about anything basketball related as far as development, maybe winning some games, a championship and all of that, I say y'all got to pass on the Russ move.
Man, I'm telling you, the Hornets are just, bro, they ain't making no moves at all. And if they ever trade for Westbrook, I wouldn't even be surprised. Now, some Hornet fans, I want y'all to listen closely, have said this, that it makes sense to trade Russell Westbrook because you can get rid of Gordon Hayward's contract or Terry Rozier. Man, y'all know I'm not a fan of those two players. But man, that would be a horrible trade because Russ wants the ball in his hands, and it's Right. It's not gonna help. Hey, but you know this, man. It's not gonna be beneficial for LaMelo Ball at all.
Yeah.
Hell no. Go ahead, AB.
No, you got it. You got it.
I'm just saying, like, I mean, what have you seen in recent history to show that that's a good idea? Let's talk about OKC's last year when everybody was gone. Who did he make better around him? He actually made your boy. What was that point guard went to Detroit after that? Dark skin dude.
Reggie Jackson
left. Didn't want to play with Russ. Let's go a step further. He goes over to Houston. Didn't work out with James Harden. Y'all remember that damn series when Russ was talking about somebody couldn't guard him. He down 20 against the Lakers, actually, in the bubble. Down 20. Talking about somebody can't guard you. Just no self-awareness whatsoever. Like, bro, you about to lose the series and you're down 20. Talking about somebody can't guard you. Like, okay. Fast forward to the Wizards. Thank God that they created the play-in scenario, or they wouldn't have been in the playoffs. But it was one and done. Fast forward now to the Lakers. Like, bro, like, everywhere you go, it don't fucking work out. So I'm not gonna sit here and just lie about what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is not good basketball from you, brother. What I'm seeing is like DJ said, I'm not jumping lately on this take. I'm just saying what I see. If Russell Westbrook switched it up, I'll be like, well, damn, shit, I was wrong. But he's making me right every time, and it's an easy conclusion to come to. So no, I don't see anything changing, and it's just going to be on to the next situation, man, in my opinion. Go ahead, AB. Oh, so him going to Charlotte, why would you think anything would change? We've seen enough evidence. Like, what would change? Why would you put LaMelo Ball? Why would you relegate LaMelo to that shit? Other than the fact that you're under the contract of Gordon Hayward, which I think is the lesser two evils. I'll let him go with Terry and Gordon another year. What the hell is Westbrook going to do to help his situation out? Ball dominant point guard, bad point guard skills. How does that help LaMelo Ball out?
Not even a little bit. I don't see it. I will say, I think I talked about this somewhere else before. There is this thing that happens to players typically after they leave Russ, where they all take a leap. You know what I mean? A lot of times, you look at Oladipo. He left Russ in OKC, went to the Pacers, and became that guy. Sabonis left there, became, you know what I mean, went up a level. I don't know. There's just a lot of dudes. You talk about Reggie Jackson, so maybe that's the. So I had a conversation with Paul George. I was having a conversation with, and maybe I think this is just a post I made on Instagram. But the idea was, and we were in the comments about it. The idea was either they left Russ and then got better because not playing with Russ like opened up their games a little bit, or maybe it's like learning from Russ and his intensity that he plays with and the way that he handles himself might like have taught these guys something. So when they got to be on their own, they games elevated to another level, you know what I mean, from watching Russ. So if that's partially true, then maybe that's what LaMelo get, you know what I mean? He watched Russ go full speed, 100,000%, and then he turned into a similar guy.
How about he just fast forward and pretend he was in it for a year and just get back to that part? If that's true, let's just pretend that happened and just get to the part after. AKA it never happened.
Yeah. I you know, sometimes, man, I be trying to be over positive when it with some of these dudes, man. I think Russ one of them guys who you know, they already calling him out his name. He upset. He didn't ask them to stop. They keep going. So, you know, man, I'm trying to shoot him some bell.
Hey, it's the same dude that curses people out all the time. He curses fans out. So when fans found his soft spot, called him Westbrook, now he wanna complain. Nah, bro, it's not how it works, man.
Yeah, but he don't, you don't just go cuss fans out for no reason. Fans say something wild, and then you cuss them out.
Okay, but you're comfortable in that contentious situation, so they found a way to make fun of you. They call you Westbrook, and the funny part is the joke when he was funny if you made shots. So that's on you. Because if you were swishing out there like Steph Curry, the nickname wouldn't make sense. So that's a you problem.
Yeah,
that's a you problem. That's where I'm at on that, man.
No, I feel you. I'm just the man say, hey man, please, for my son, don't call me that. And I'm gonna be like, all right, bro, for your son, I'm gonna find a new name for you.
My son is proud of his name. He write his name down every day.
Every day. He at school and his teacher say that he love his last name. Please.
Hey, AB, man, I saw your post, man. LeBron and LeVar.
Oh yeah,
dope,
yeah. That shit. That was good to see, man. I when I went out to, I don't know if maybe he told you this too, Hoop Jargon, but he told me that it wasn't this year, but the first year they had the BBB team.
Yeah, right.
LeBron was supposed to play for the BBB squad. Not like the whole time, but there was supposed to be a game where Zoe showed up, LeBron showed up, and obviously Jello was supposed to play then, and they was going to like take over Summer League like that with LeBron. And I think maybe there was somebody else in that Cali area who was going to play on the squad with them, but it never happened.
Dang, that would have been dope, man.
And then he was saying like the Drew League people was pissed at him because the team BBB was supposed to be like LaMelo, Lonzo, Jello, all of them was going to play, and then just the way the offseason shook out, only person, none of them ended up playing.
Well, for Lonzo's case, you can't really, you blame him because his knee is not even recovered. Actually, there's a matter of fact, there's an article talking about that.
Yeah.
And I try to tell people, man, these bone bruises, man, I just didn't know. Like, because some people were saying, oh, man, it's for sure he's healthy. I'm like, I don't know, just because he was at weddings.
I know, right? People be tripping.
Shit.
That thing, like, is that you can't be like, yo, he ain't injured because he was dancing at a wedding. That's wild.
Right. Man, I've been to so many places injured before. Hey, me.
Yeah.
And you're a football
exactly.
player, so you did the same thing, most likely.
I went to one time.
You can't take somebody's daughter down because you're injured. Now, hey, you always got a little something in the reserves.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure it out. You know what I'm saying? I remember in high school, we played a game on like, let's say Friday night, and I was doing like punt block, and so I was coming from like the gunner, and me in the corner on this side, and I was on the other side, and we both came in, and both of us wasn't supposed to go. It was only like one of us was supposed to go, and the dude came, and I ran across, and the other guy jumped in the air with his knee and landed like straight into my thigh. And then so like the next day, I bruised it bad, but we was going to Disney World the next day, so I could barely walk, but I'm at Disney World, you know what I'm saying? So you would have pictures, and the coach would have been like, damn, AB, you supposed to be injured, but you in Disney World. How you do that, bro? But I was in so much pain at Disney World, but I wasn't finna miss that trip for nothing. So had me and them like squeezing into them carts, and with anytime you bend it or extend it the wrong way or too fast or too slow, that shit just hurt. So yeah, man, they be tripping, man. It's also like when they say you should be working on your game, not a mixtape. You know what I mean? Like you can't find a couple hours to sit down in the studio to rap or something, or they do all that.
Man, all Lonzo got to be for him. I ain't really worried about music and stuff. I just think they're just trying to shit on a brother. You know how it is with Zoe. The most important part with him, he needs to be healthy. so he could work on his game offensively. His defense is top notch, passing top notch. All he has to work on, and I've been saying it for the longest. I said it again. In between game, floater, mid range, free throw shooting. Again, free throw shooting. Do that. And Lonzo said he doesn't have to average 20. I've been telling people for the longest. Lonzo has the luxury of if he averages 16 points and 11 assists, that's a good year for him. With the defense, heck yeah. But when you have opposing defenses playing the passing lane and just sitting there and daring you to score, you got to score. And I'm not trying to compare the brothers, but this is something that LaMelo, he has in his toolbox, because if you take away the passing lanes, he got a deadly floater, man. And he'll make you pay all night if you keep sitting on it. That's the difference.
Yeah, he just has more imagination, man. And I think that, it's unique.
Hey, you fading out. Who?
Oh, okay. What about now?
You better now.
Yeah, it's amazing how somebody growing in the same situation, farm system, family, can have similar traits, but it's still different tweaks to it. And LaMelo, now to LeVar's credit, said he had the benefit to watch his older two brothers and then basically tweak. And I know AB can probably say this better than anybody. So he just had the advantage of just kind of observing, because when you're older, you kind of figure it out on your own. But when you got the blueprint laid down, your trial and error is kind of it's more optimized. So I think that's probably the reason why LaMelo just has that little it that Zoe don't have, because he got to watch his older brother and learn from that and adjust quicker. You know what I mean? Because it's applied knowledge off of observing somebody else. What do you think, AB? I know you're the resident expert in this arena.
No, I think that's right. You get to, that's the thing that folks always give LaMelo credit for as well, like getting to play up and all of that different experience that Alonzo probably didn't get, right? I do think it also, when you talk about the creativity, I feel like the conversation that I've heard is, right, when LaMelo is 12 and he playing against the 18-year-old, and also thinking about LaMelo, he was 6'7" now, 6'6" or whatever. He didn't hit that growth spurt until, later on in high school. So he was a small 12-year-old out there. So the story or the legend is, a lot of the creativity was, I gotta find a way to get my shot off amongst these giants. You know what I mean? Like, we played with Lonzo, who is one of the top players in the country, and we're playing against the guys who he should be playing against. So, I need to, if I'm going to shoot this three, I got to be really calculated and really shifty and crafty is the word I'm looking for, on how I can get this three off. If I'm going to get a layup off, I got to work on that floater game. I got to work on these other things so I can actually be effective out here. And I think so I think that's where some of that craftiness and all of that come from. I feel like that's part of their story that I feel like I wish a lot more people caught on to, because like we were talking about earlier with this new generation of like work ethic and like if are folks going to give up or putting that extra work in, and what separates people from being who they are and being that guy or going to the league, going pro, playing D1 or whatever. A lot of it is work ethic, right? So who was on there earlier and it was talking about he said he went or the tennis. My man was talking about tennis, and he was saying like amongst his own group, he was dominating and thought like, yo, I'm gonna go play pro. Went against some pros and they said, boy, if you don't sit your, you know what I mean? Like, some of that is the ideal and what I take from their story is like, I'm sure they had the moments, but you're supposed to be like, all right, these pros is pros for a reason. What things can I add to my game so I can compete? You know what I mean? And like, that's the part about their story that I wish more people took away from it, is that there was some adversity that they faced through that whole thing, but everybody had to make small adjustments in order for what they do to work. And so I wish more people like heard that part of the story and thought that, man, maybe like, you know, I don't have to just shut down tennis right now because these dudes is that much better than me. Maybe I go to the well and try something different, you know, because I think and not talking about his story directly, but I know for a fact that especially in our community at a young age, if you're not gifted at it right away, and this is what they was talking about with the like training and practice and extra work, if you ain't gifted at it, or if you don't make it look like you got something special the first time you touch the ball, first time you touch the pin, the anything, will tell you sit your ass down and stop, don't ever do it again. You know what I mean? Like, and so I wish that we didn't do it that as much as we used to, you know what I mean? Or that's the one thing I hope changes.
That's real.
No doubt. Yeah, that everything that LaMelo has done, like the trials and tribulations, just overcoming. You already know about Lithuania and I said it then. I said, hey, if a young man can survive that, he's gonna make it in the league.
Absolutely.
I mean, that was just tough for anybody. Going into a country that you're not familiar with, a culture you're not familiar with, and then everyone against you because they're trying to conform your game because they don't like that free flow and flashy play. And no matter what Coach Cescas did, trying to emasculate a young man and trying to take away what he does best, it didn't work. So when I saw that LaMelo overcame that, that's when I knew, oh yeah, he's the one. He's going to be the best ball brother. He's one of one.
I'll take it to another level. So when I played overseas, I was 24. And the biggest thing was to deal with the cultural factor and the lack of stuff that you are used to being from a big city. Now I know he's from Chino Hills, which is in the Inland Empire, which is right outside of Los Angeles area. But you know, he's a kid close enough to a lot of resources. When he did that at 16, I'm like, this dude has went through something that people 10 years his senior struggle with, which is living overseas, because it's so boring. It's monotonous. It is demoralizing because you most likely are going to be in a country where people don't speak your language primarily. So it's just frustrating. So he did that at 16. I was like, oh, he'll be fine. And then I saw, now, I'll be honest, when I first saw LaMelo's game, when he became into my consciousness, I didn't like his game. He played against Zion when they was playing the Vegas League. To me, LaMelo just was too light in the ass. He was too flashy for me. I loved Lonzo at the time. Didn't know a lot about Jello, but I didn't like LaMelo. And then you shoot him half-court threes. You know, as a coach, that's just like a hell no. But when I started watching him more, and then I started watching him play in Lithuania, when he started playing more like Lonzo, passing the ball up early, I was like, oh, shit, yeah. Sign, seal, deliver. And I made a video, but I wasn't even taking YouTube serious 4 years ago. And the video did well. It's funny, YouTube paid me on it. I wasn't even taking it serious. I feel compelled to react to it. But I was like, yeah. I was like, D'Angelo is probably going to be a slow burn for the NBA. But LaMelo is going to be a star. I said this, especially when I used to wear glasses and shit. So it's a funny-ass video now you look back to it now. This is like 2017. But I saw it in him. Like, once he started passing that ball up and throwing point guard ability, I was like, oh, ain't nothing to worry about. This kid's arrived. And so it's just funny watching him at every step after going to the JBA. Oh, that league ain't serious. Nobody take it serious. And he killed. JBA USA, went overseas, killing. Came over to Spire. Oh, Rocky Watts better him. Kill. Went over to Australia. Oh, it's different over there. It's NBA players with Aaron Brooks over there and Josh Boone. Killed. There wasn't no more excuses left. So, but to your point, DJ, I knew the Lithuania is when I bought in all the way. I knew it.
Yeah, nah, man, I agree with you. I think the funny thing is when they first came onto my radar, I ain't like none of their games. Like and Chino, I saw some of the highlights and I thought the shit was interesting, but the shots, the way that they were shooting, I just saw like the first clip. Whenever I remember the clip that I used to always see was when Lonzo like crossed and dropped the dude and then stopped to like pick him up. Yeah. And I was like, wait a minute, that's kind of cold. Hold up. But then I saw him like the shots or whatever, and I was like, wait a minute, these dudes. And then they were everywhere, and I was trying to avoid them, right? Because I was like, I don't know who these ball kids is. I don't want to watch. And then I finally sat down and got the story and what was going on right there. And I was like, wait a minute. But yeah, I do think that there was this, you could see the advancement of their games as they, you know what I mean, kind of went through there. And I do think, like you were saying, that LKL stint to me is what solidified like what they got going, because even there, people didn't want to give them a credit for like that little bit of that level of competition that was there. And I realized it was at every level, despite the competition, like they were supposed to fail according to the majority. And then when they exceeded that, you know what I mean, and play well in different spots, like folks then downgraded the competition, right? So then it was a competition thing. Oh, you did it because, like you said, it's your father's league and it's rigged and they ain't even that good anyway. But I'm like, bro, if you putting 50 balls in 50, if you going 40, 30, and if you going 40, 15, and 15 in any league, you're a hooper. You know what I mean? Like, you can't tell me the kid who gave you 42, 15, 15 is trash. I don't even care if it's the YMCA. I don't think, now you could say NBA player, but people were saying that my dog was trash, and that was throwing me way off. Because I was like, bro, I can't give you 40, 15, and 15 and against some toddlers at this point. You feel me? So
everybody giving LeBron credit for going for 42 and 16 today at the Truth. So I mean, goddamn, what are y'all basing this shit on?
Exactly.
Like, what y'all basing this shit on? Oh, and by the way, LaMelo killed in Drew League that year, which boosted the profile even further. So it's just like, you know, what I've learned is just it's like if people like you or not, bro.
Yeah.
Because if they don't like, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was
saying if people don't like you, they'll find any reason to discredit what you do. Because I mean, that's just kind of a reflexive action. You know, it's just interesting to observe, man. It sucks. It's so disappointing.
Yeah, and you know what I'll say is that whether people like you or not, but it's also like this like level of, it's like almost, it's entertaining. I was watching the Drew League thing and they had it streaming on YouTube, and I was like looking at the chat, and like part of the excitement of people watching LeBron go for 42 was like all of the jokes that they can make. You know what I mean? So
it's like lead everything.
Yeah,
I watched it too.
And that's part of the, you know what I mean? If he made the shot, he was LeGoat. If he missed it, he was LeBrick. And so I was like, oh man, this is wild. I was trying to see who was winning, what squad was going on, and based on the chat, I couldn't tell nothing. I couldn't tell if he was having a great game or he having a trash game.
I watched it too, real time, man. Yeah, that's hilarious. And I got to give you and Talking with Fresh a lot of credit, man, because y'all kept the chat popping back when, you know, it was rare territory to be on Facebook streaming live sports events. And I always make that joke that like I was mad y'all ain't never say where I was from. Y'all asked where everybody from, you know, because I know that chat was just rolling on y'all end. But on my end, like, you know, y'all acknowledge my comment. But the irony is, because LeBron had the internet on Smash today. Playing with Drew. But when LeBron was doing his league, man, every game was like the was lit.
AD.
Then
Oh,
you go
sorry.
in. DJ, you got that Boost Mobile.
You got that island internet.
You got that island. Got that Rikers. That Rikers in it. But no, like I was saying, it's just funny how like successful, like, cause even after the game, you look, it's like 300K views on Facebook, and people just saying how nobody watching this league. I'm just like, dog, y'all are just making shit up.
Yeah.
Y'all making shit up. I mean, I never thought I'd have a conversation with AB Hero, but even at that point, I'm just like, at the time, I was like, I appreciate the production with you. Again, talking with Fresh, with Manny, like y'all was building something from ground up, and people just were like so critical. I'm just like, dog, look at the fucking numbers. I don't care what you say about the production level, because everybody is an amateur, first off. But people are observing this shit, people are watching this shit, and people are taking it in. And LaMelo out there killing, and Jello out there killing, and Jeros is out there killing. Hollis is out there. Hollis out there killing. Your boy Jordan Rieger out there killing. So it's just funny how like the whole how the story gets told.
Yeah.
When if you look at the tangibles, it's like, dog, that shit is a good product, man, and people are watching it, man. Well, I'll give you an example. People on Fox Sports was trying to cut LeVar down for that shit. Talking about, there's nobody in the stands. Which, I mean, I went to a game in Dallas. That shit was about a quarter full. But again, people are watching the shit online, though. So, nigga, that's just one part of the equation.
Yep. And you watching online for free.
And they getting paid off of it.
Yeah. Man, the part of the equation that I feel like people don't give it enough credit is there's a decent amount of guys who played pro basketball after that was over.
Right.
Like, and obviously the NCAA and all of that shit is like, you know what I mean? It's a lot more players, right? But if you think about it, the league had 88 players, somebody had 64 players, but it's really like 70 or 80 players as guys came and left, you know what I mean? But it's probably 20 to 25 of those dudes who after that was over played pro ball somewhere, right? Who had their next shot after that. And when they had their next shot, like part of their resume that solidified them as, oh, you a pro basketball player was JBA. You know what I mean? Like there's so many dudes who I see on the Instagram and their team who they going to play for, like is promoting them as a new player, and the picture that they use is from their time in the JBA. Right. And this is dudes who might even have played somewhere else in the meantime, but they go back to that JBA, you know what I mean? Or in their bio, that's the highlight is played in LeVar Ball's league, you know? So I think that part of the story where obviously LaMelo, Jello, the only two at this point who have cracked the NBA, but and I guess Curtis Hollis, he played in the he went to camp with a G League team last year, the Santa Cruz team, but he didn't make the squad. But those are the only guys. Say what?
So he got to look though.
But that's what I'm saying. He got to look. Like I don't think, and that's the thing I always in the conversation about Jello, when we talk about his journey, that I always try to like beat in people's head. That's wild. Is like if you would have played in the JBA for the summer, like, because really it was a summer league, right? It was the equivalent of going to play, as far as how new it was, and like it would have been the equivalent of you graduating high school, going to play in the Drew League, and then entering the NBA draft.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that, nobody does that, right? There's some other steps that you got to have. And so like the metric that, man, nobody left there and went to the NBA, so it was not a success, is a wild metric, because like that would have been, you would have had to be LaMelo Ball in order to make that work, right? You know what I mean? You got to be one of the top 3 players in the country in order to make that transition. So to go from like a relatively unknown hooper playing the JBA and then go straight to the NBA would have been like bananas. However, there's still a lot of guys who played, who are on their basketball journey still. And I would not be surprised if before it's all said and done that there is at least another 1 or 2 guys who crack for sure the G League, but then maybe hopefully the NBA outside of Jello and LaMelo. I think that's going to happen, right? Just watching these dudes now not give up in the way that they show up in everything basketball related across the country. Like, there's some dudes who, you know what I mean, your favorite program be down there busting heads and played in the JBA.
Agreed. What you think, BJ, about the impact of JBA?
I'm gonna be honest. Of course, it could have been handled better for longevity purposes. But the fact that a lot of the former players went on overseas and got their bread and still playing now, correct? AB the Hero.
Yeah, still playing now.
Yeah, so that's when nothing is ever perfect. But in the long goal of things is that the NCAA, and they're not going to admit this, change because of just the idea of a JBA or any independent sports league. That's changed, and the G League changed. The G League structure is changed because of it now. They got a program with high school players. Again, things are not always, and that's the problem when we analyze these things. We got to act like they got to be perfect when you really just, to create change, sometimes you got to take your L's. But it creates a better impact for the majority of the whole scope of things. Yep. Oh, I got a question. What happened to talking with Fresh? What are you doing now?
Fresh is, he was always a school teacher, so the JBA thing worked perfect for him because he was on summer break. You know what I mean? So once, yeah. So once that was over, but he a media guy, journalist, so he had his own kind of website going. He had he went to Alabama, so there's a publication that he runs, Touchdown Alabama.
Wow, shit.
Yeah. So
he runs that.
Yeah, that's him. Him and some of his guys co-founded that. It's the only, at least, and I might be saying this wrong, but that's the only African American led public sports publication that covers Alabama or some shit like that. You know what I mean? So
the video, it did well off of that article from that publication. Damn, that's crazy. All right.
Yeah. So that's him. You know what I mean? So he always moving around, man. One thing about Fresh, man, he is he surprised me because he is like I would say like a pretty quiet, I'll not say quiet, but he's not like a super out there guy, but he a hustler. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
He'll try to finagle his way into something. He gonna talk his way into. We went to, when we was out there on the road, they had the sneaker con in LA, and I was gonna go. I was about to buy a ticket. I got like a car out there. I was finna, and he was like, "Bro, hold on, man. Let me go with you." And then we grabbed our like BBB media passes, not even media, like just passes so we could wear at the games or whatever. We got to the door. He was like, "Before you buy tickets, man, like let's just go to the door real quick." We got to the door and he's like, "Yo, we with the Big Baller brand. Can we speak to whoever running this?" And they was like, who you want to talk to? He's like, I don't know who it is, but whoever is in charge, the manager or somebody. And they was like, who y'all with again? He's like Big Baller Brand, like LeVar and all of them. And then they went and got the manager or whatever. And he was like, oh shoot, y'all a Big Baller Brand? He's like, yeah. And then obviously we was Big Baller Brand head to toe at that time. And the shoes is $500. You know what I mean? They was taxing. Yeah. So we both got on damn near $2,000 Big Baller Brand outfits. You know what I mean? So they was like, yo, y'all got to be official. So then they was like, yo, come in here. They had a celebrity game going. They had he pulled the rope back, let us get on the court. I had my camera out. We was up there with T-Jazz and the Newman family, and you know what I mean? Like, yeah. And he talked his way smooth back there. I'm like, bro, sit there. You know what I mean? I just went along for the ride. And
damn.
So yeah, I'm talking
fresh, man.
Yeah. Smooth talked us all the way like on the court. The guy like they gave us so much access just off of him just shooting the shit. Like he walked us into the celebrity basketball game, like where the benches was, moved the rope back, told security we was good, and then just walked away. So we back there, no chaperone. We don't even, you know what I mean? Like we didn't even want to leave that area because we don't know if we're gonna get back in. Type thing. So yeah, no. But everybody was back there. All of the you know the basketball content creators was crazy.
That's funny. Bro, man, Hoop Jargon, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. I used to, before I was really into YouTube, man, this has been 4 years. Golly. 2018. I used to joke around about talking with Fresh. He cool and all. I used to say, like, man, he always delivering the news when it's already reported. You know what I mean? Like when it's already there.
Yeah.
Because when he was with LeVar, you know, the news is already out, and then they tell him, okay, say since it's out, go ahead and say it. I'm like, come on, man. And then we put breaking news. So I used to be like, man, come on, this ain't no breaking news.
I mean, we always the best critics when we ain't putting content out. You know how that goes.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
We all know how to do it perfectly before we put ourselves out there.
Mm-hmm. Then you start realizing that breaking news hit different sometimes. Yes. And the title.
You go put it in.
Yeah.
It's breaking before I'm concerned.
Before I go, I just want to say, man, thank you, brothers, for the stream, man, and AB, man. He's the reason why when you see anything Ball Brother related is popular. He started it. Yeah. That is the truth. So, thank you for pioneering this stuff, brother, and y'all have a good night.
I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir, bro.
Legends in the game, man. So been around there just as long, damn near. So that's what's up.
The old Instagram chat groups we had going back in the game.
Yeah. Them used to be legit, man. We'd be on there talking about everything. So it's good times.
Good times, man. You know, people went their own direction. You know, it is what it is. Sounds good. But remember, DJ slide me in that mix. I'm like, damn, me and all 150 subscribers I had at the time. Coming in there with AB, DKL, ball packs. So yeah, it was a time to be alive, man.
Yeah, facts, man. I feel like I wish that we could have managed that situation. You know what I mean? Like that time. When I look at a lot of these other content creators in these different sectors and how they all vibe and work together, like I wish that we would have like kept that bit of unity going. You know what I mean? Like I think the space and like just kind of all of the different ways that people growing would have kind of helped elevate everybody a little bit more than like, you know what I mean, it probably did. Like I think we all benefited from that and everybody grew since then, but like if we could have figured how to network it a bit better, you know what I mean, it would have been
More efficient. Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah.
To our credit, it was during the pandemic and like a lot of uncertainty was out.
Yeah.
Nobody really knew nothing. And I give DKM a lot of credit, man. He gave me and DJ a lot of games on how to spruce up our videos because me and him was more a struggle video and like to the nth degree. So it was a good time, man. It really was. Just getting game, even because DKM was real young, man, and it was cool for him to give his advice of what to do. Because he just had a lot of insight being a young cat, being overseas, been on YouTube forever. Yeah. That was cool. It was cool with me and you, was to always argue about shit like Jimmy Butler.
yeah.
That shit was cool, man. It was a cool thing, man.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So like that, where, and obviously, I feel like you and DJ have expanded the channels, right? Y'all done. I feel like with the Jackson State, the Black College, and just the Dallas podcast. You know what I mean? Like y'all have done a really good job of expanding that, you know what I mean? And I think like so I say that to say with the Jimmy Butler, and it's probably just a more me thing, but like those ultra diverse conversations, I feel like would have been really good for the culture. Cause I think like, I guess I could start making, you know what I mean, much different content for sure. But I think like for a lot of us, the audiences that we had cultivated is the same group, you know what I mean? And I think we could have together made content that competed with the larger sports network of you know what I mean, of fans and demographics, you know what I mean, than what we all are, the audiences that we're all speaking to now, if that makes sense.
No, it does. It just, I mean, we were kind of going on a fly because it was a new endeavor to be on. And even with the Ball Facts, kind of, he slow burned into like the little thing, and then he came on, and it's good to connect with Ball Facts too. I mean, Ball Facts, one of the few creators I met in real life. I met my guy Fahara. I met Ball Facts in real life, and some of the guys who on my stream earlier, Sir Tice and Sub-Zero. I've met them in real life as well. So it's funny how YouTube can turn into something that is tangible and malleable as far as affecting your life. You know what I'm saying? As far as Fahara came to my apartment and interviewed me. You know what I mean? And we hung out out here in LA. And so you really can do a lot of things through this avenue. And it's just like you don't know until you get to experience it a little bit. But to your point, it would have been better if we would have got ahead of things a little better and got organized. We are all generally here for the right reason.
Yeah, facts.
Promoting.
Yeah. My thing, bro, is what I've, like you said, you don't know until you know. So I probably doing YouTube for a while, but I probably was doing it for more passion. You know what I mean? But I feel like I look at guys like the DKMs and the Ball Faxes who, like, all they do is YouTube. Not I say all they do, you know what I mean? But full time. I talked to Ball Fax. He's telling me his story, and like early on, like he was like, once he made his first couple hundred off YouTube, he was like, I'm full time. You know what I'm saying? I'm in full time. In that, I'm in full time is what is where you get the growth at, right? So I done had some months where I'm like, damn, the YouTube, I should go full time, but I still, you know what I mean? I still like to do some of the stuff that I do like professionally. So I haven't like went all the way in. And I guess what I'm saying is that in that the growth that I had recently in my channel was because all of us was talking and sharing them thoughts and kind of pouring a bit into each other. And I was listening to them and I was like, you know what, man, I'm playing. Let me go up real quick. And And there was a time period, like you said, it's during the pandemic or whatever, but I probably went up like 18,000 subs, you know what I mean, in a year, in 9-12 months or whatnot. And that was because we was all on them Instagram sharing a bunch of, you know what I mean, talking, giving tips, you know what I mean, all of that stuff. So I think that if we would have kept that going, everybody would have had a similar glow up, for a lack of a better word. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the things that you have to experience over time in YouTube and then really start to understand, like you wouldn't have necessarily had to experience it. You would have, because that's what kicked me in the game sometimes. I was listening to them do, and then I'm looking at my numbers versus theirs, and I'm like, if I'm getting this, I already know they getting, you know what I mean? And having them conversations, I was like, bro, let me take this a little bit more serious than I am. And so I don't know. I think that my point is that if we would have all at least kept that tight-knit community, that we would have all been at a space where we could say, if we are working somewhere else, we just doing it because we like to do it. You know what I'm saying? But this YouTube or this media game is the full grind.
Agreed. And I mean, one thing you learn with Facebook, I mean not Facebook, it's goddamn it, YouTube. it's just, man, it's so many ways that your web can twist. So many ways things can go. And I just remember before I even thought about being serious about YouTube, and I remember driving to San Diego. That was a weekend Kobe died. And I remember listening to Ball Facts and DKM when they had their little beef going. And I was just like, why are they beefing? Like, again, this is me, a green ass, just regular YouTube listener. I was just like, why are they beefing? Like, that's bad for business. Like, what? And I remember going out there, and then I was working the event, so I'm a salesman. And then that Sunday, Kobe died. And then after Kobe died, I'm like, oh, fuck it. I'm making my YouTube channel. So actually, I did the YouTube channel, and I did a podcast on this little radio thing that you can do online. And I was like, all right, whichever one pop off better, that's what I'm gonna do. And the podcast, I mean, I was getting a little bit of listeners, but YouTube just popped off harder, quicker. So I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna make YouTube videos. And if you look at my old videos when I got consistent around 2020, oh man, just horrible, man. Just literally me at work, just recording myself talking. I had my little notepad, my little talking points or whatever subject matter I was on, and that was my start. You know what I'm saying? It was hilarious to see where it was, and to kind of bring it back to what DKM was saying about me and DJ to make videos with video in it and make them about 10 minutes. So I was like, man, shit, I don't know how many goddamn videos and shot this shit. Like, I just remember just being so flustered by the thing. And now, you know, I think I've got pretty decent. I mean, I do all my shit on my phone, but you know, I got kind of decent at putting the story together. But back then, I just remember like, shit, man, that's too much stuff. I didn't know how to make the pictures match up with my words and shit like that. So it's just been a hilarious journey all the way through. But I can attribute me getting decent at this over having that community, like you were saying. And you know, I mean, it's never too late to try to, you know, reconvene some shit like that. But I mean, you know, if it's in the cars, you know, no need to rush it. But it's fun to lament about those times, though.
Yeah, facts. Nah, my man Nico say folks do be beefing on the low in this space unnecessarily. Just wish we could have the collective billionaire mindset.
There you go.
Yeah, I guess what I'll be watching is you remember man Flacco, right? He used to come through all the time, and then he over at No Jumper.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. And so what I realize is No Jumper is ran by the dude Adam 22. Got a podcast. It's his thing. And then all of a sudden, you know what I mean, got some traction on it. But what he do is all of the people, he just say, yo, y'all come over here. I got the platform and y'all make content and then we'll get paid and I'll pay y'all. You know what I'm saying? And like, it's just weird, man, because I don't think earlier we were talking about black folks in sports, and like, I wonder, I don't know if we could actually do that, you know what I mean? Where we could have like everybody could bring their own collective brand to the table and like their own personality, you know what I mean, and somehow try to build some shit together. I feel like every time we start to do that, somehow like one of us gotta, or and I guess over there, like there is one person over there who is like mostly in control, it's the Adam dude, but somehow in that situation everybody is comfortable falling in line underneath of him, you know what I'm saying? But I think like when it be us, everybody gotta be in charge, everybody gotta be there, you know what I mean? I don't know, I don't know why we can't like have our own sports network in which we all add something to it, you know what I mean? Or like a group, or I don't know, I see the shit where the dudes be like AMP or the FaZe Clan or the such and such, and you know what I mean, like, and I don't know, everybody just vibe together, and it ain't like, ain't no beef, you ain't in it, you ain't nobody like, damn, you a lame because you ain't in our group, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's just like, that's we rock. I don't know, someday I'd say all that to say in the next, my plan is in the next 6 months I want to launch a more of a structured media entity, you know what I'm saying? In some range or something, you know what I mean? Like they paying way too much money for this content, bro. I just got the pass on Instagram where I can finally make the money off the Insta Reel bonuses.
Yep.
And so it's just too, you know what I mean? Like, shoot, now you getting the YouTube clips, you put them on, you make some money off of the what is it? You make the money off the YouTube AdSense. Then you can take the same clip and then put it on Reels, and then they kicking bonuses down, and then you kick. You know what I mean? Like, it's just wild.
Like you said.
Yeah.
Be strategic. Be intentional.
Yeah. So.
Well, let me know, man, when you want to spearhead that, because I'm definitely down with that shit. Because I mean, having been YouTuber for 2 years now, consistently. It's so much opportunity out here, man. It's so much we can do.
Yeah.
If we just got on I mean, you know, everybody say get on the same page. That's kind of impossible. But on the similar page, like, okay, let's try to, if we can aggregate this down properly, like, dude, so much we can do with all the talent and the influence and the relationships we have, like yourself with LeVar, you know, yourself with the former players of JBA, the kids, ball factions, same relationship with those factions. Myself with college coaches, you know, loosely with LeVar, loosely with that faction. It's just so much we can do. DJ having the voice of the. It's funny, man. I remember you told me about the HBCU thing when one of my videos popped off real hard back in the early days, and you was like, man, go over the coaching staff and shit like that. And I was slacking, but they ended up being like, to this day, just still a very lucrative lane of just breaking down everything going on with Jackson State, because it's so unnormal. And then here we are 2 years later, and those videos still do well as far as the like to viewership ratio. Those videos still. And I remember doing that like at the beginning. And so I ain't gonna lie, I got this little complex, man. When I do something that I like, and then a lot of people else start doing it, and to me, if it feels bastardized, I just back away. And I got that bad.
Yeah, no, bro. I think I'm similar. I got some bad habits with it too, where I gotta like really be motivated to make some content about it. You know what I mean? Like I gotta really feel that I got an opinion about something to jump out the window and to make a video. You know what I mean? Or like, and so that's what stalemate me sometimes, is I just get like to the point where I'm like, I really don't I'm not compelled. The NBA playoffs just happened, and I really should have been making videos all the way throughout the NBA playoffs. But you know what I mean. I like to talk about the LaMelo dude. He wasn't hooping, so I was like, and there took a 2 months break. You know what I mean? And I should not have done that. That would have been a great time strategically to build a different audience. You know what I mean? Talking about the playoffs and the different teams and maybe highlighting some different strategies. But I couldn't do it. So I feel what you're saying. Like, yeah. But when I look at the people who are successful at this from like a monetary standpoint, views and all of that, and changing it's more machine than it is like passion. It's like catching the trend. Once you make it hot, and here's also to give you some inspo in that regard is I think about when I listen to some of the folks who talk about this Ball family content, and then the place in which people like feel like I help start the wave of this, you know what I mean? Is like once you start talking about the content and then you start seeing other people join in and really get into it, and like to you it feel like it's bastardized, but there'll probably be a point in which people will be like, man, you know what, I remember hoop jargon from many moons ago. He was the one who kicked it off, you know what I'm saying? And like that's the like, even in the moment whenever I started talking about this, I'd never thought that people would be like, hey B, bro, you was the godfather of this wave, you know what I'm saying? Like that was not the intention. It was never, you know what I mean? Or to have anybody even talk about it like that, you know what I'm saying? So I think like there's certain small things that I'm more cognizant of now. Like when you talk about, you go down the list of all of the connections that people have, and even like the connection with the Ball family and all of that stuff. The reality for me is I realize that the connection that I have with them, which is super cool, like, you know what I mean? Like they pick me up from the airport and we go kick it, but it's simply because I was making content in the house by myself. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like no real insider information, nothing outside of what I could find on the internet. And I was able to spin that and build it and cultivate that into a space where they were like, we gotta have a relationship with this guy. You know what I mean? And so when I think about like that manifestation of like life, I feel like this content game is such a powerful one, because there's like anybody you really want to get in go back to Flacco. I talked to him and offline a few times, and DJ Academics is his like guy, you know what I mean? Like, damn, I'm a chat nigga, I really want to rock with Academics. And then I look up and him and Academics on the stream together.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Like he hoping, like I remember he was doing these videos and then people in the comments, damn, you sound like Academics, and then Academics came out one day and like, I wouldn't say he didn't diss him, but he didn't like acknowledge him in the way that you would hope that he would have been acknowledged. You know what I mean? Like, who is this Flacco dude y'all said sound like me? Like, I ain't never heard of him. When actually it's like, bro, you heard him at some point. And so I say that to say, like, that's what this content thing, man. Damn near anybody in the world is accessible off of this stuff. If people like really put but you gotta, like, you know what I mean, grind on it a little bit, and it really don't even take that long to take off. If you know what I mean, if you do it right, I guess.
Yeah. I've seen channels shoot through the roof real quick, man. One of which so you know, sometimes I do some manosphere content too. And it's a cat named Poor Man's Podcast. Man. This dude has turned into like a guy.
Yeah, I'm hip. I heard of him.
Oh man, Poor Man's Podcast was around the same subscriber count as me, like during the pandemic. Like this dude was like, I got hip to his channel when he was around like 80 subscribers. As it currently stands, let me look now just so I'm talking facts. My man's podcast is at, let's see, he is currently at 614K subscribers. I was on his shit when he had 80.
Mm-hmm.
He just, he had a cool delivery, and I like the cadence he speaks in, and it's just funny watching me from 80 subscribers to fucking 614K. All his videos are gold now. Like he's damn near on some young ass Kevin Samuel shit. So it's just funny to watch how a channel can blow up so highly. I mean, this dude on the way to 1 million subs, and all he does is just regular videos or reactions. Like he doesn't do any great grandiose productions. And I remember when we first got monetized, how young he just was. He just was like so excited to be monetized, to be crossing 1,000, and now this motherfucker says 614K. Crazy, man.
Yeah. Bro, I'm looking at his account right now. It say he joined July 3rd, 2020.
There you go. I remember it, bro.
That's that's 2 years ago?
Yep.
What year we in 2022 or 2020? I can't.
14.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like 100 and look like 115 million views on this channel. And so I don't know. That's the shit that I look at and I think like, bro, I be tripping. You know what I'm saying? Like I should have a video out every day about something, you know what I mean? And that's the type of growth you get from doing that, especially if you like, put some time in it and make good videos. But I saw his stuff, and like you said, a lot of it is, my man just sitting there at the couch reacting to videos, So it just people, you gotta a perspective that people want to hear, and that's what I was saying earlier. Is I think like listening to the conversations that we were having and where all of the different perspectives that we all come from and like the background, I think like we have a unique like voice, but I don't know. I see it. So I don't know. There's something, man. There's something there that we could all make happen, man. That would be fire.
Agreed. So let's try to put our hands together in the near future to do that, because this is supposed to be about it. This media network. That's why I changed my name to Hoop Jargon Media Network, because I've been covering professional sports, and I'm going to keep doing it, and I want to have other little things under this little umbrella for Hoop Jargon. So I'm trying to think bigger. So I'm naming my channel as such. So I think this is a very necessary conversation to have. It's something we can take and be accountable. Instead on wax, so we can put it out there as fact. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, facts. Factamundo. Yeah.
Well, we approaching the 4 hour and a half mark, and
damn,
boy, I went 4 hours longer than I thought I was gonna.
I was on here longer than I thought I was gonna be on, man. I was gonna hop on for a cool like kick 10-20 minutes and slide, man. Yeah. So.
Yeah, man. Well, thank
I'm
y'all
out here. I got that. I got that COVID right now too, man. So I'm out here. That's why I sound all sick and all that too. So I was gonna get some sleep, man. Now I ain't. So yeah.
Well, you better, bro. I had COVID when it first popped off. I lost my taste. This is way back in the day. But, hope you get better, bro.
Straight up. Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you, man. So everybody listening, y'all hit the like button on the way out. Subscribe if you have not done so already. Y'all go subscribe to my guy AB the Hero. And I guess I'll let LeVar take us home, man. You got anything else, bro?
That's it, man. Make sure y'all sub to my man Hoop Jargon, bro. One of the realest in the game. Insight. I like the conversations that y'all have, man. And I was listening, and then part of the reason why I jumped on is I appreciate the holistic approach that you all take to sports. So like there's this deep conversation to happen about the X's and O's of hoops, and then that transitions into the impact of that on actual people and players and all of that stuff, man. And I don't think that people have that conversation enough seriously, bro. And I appreciate that you always have a platform that is looking at sports on multiple levels, you know what I mean? So shout out to you, my guy, for sure.
Appreciate that,
Yeah.
man. So that being said, man, salute everybody. Y'all have a good night. Y'all be safe. And to the end, we'll let the bar and Kendrick Perkins take us home. We out. Peace.
Shout out to Hoops Jargon, man. I'm gonna add you to the crew, man. This crew called Hoops Jargon. They've been getting at it, man. They the ones that's gonna grill you, man, because they majority are all Houston people. So that's
Shout out to Hoops Jargon.
Man, I'm here with my man with Hoop Jargon, the best in the game, man. And you know I only let selected few in my circle. And this is the real dude right here. We gonna get down with the get down.